Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, good evening. Welcome to your Pontiac City Council meeting for Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. We give the floor this evening to the Honorable William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This evening we'll have Pastor Emeritus Kathy Desrow, who will give us our invocation. Glad to see her back and active and moving.
You think I know by now? There's an old hymn that we used to sing in the church 100 years ago called "For the Beauty of the Earth, for the Glory of the Skies." And I've been driving around a lot this week looking at the beauty of the earth. We're greener than we've been in years. And it just seems like there's so much beauty around us. And I thought, if I was the one that prayed tonight, I would like to thank God for the beauty around us. We look at the awfulness, but there's a lot of beauty. So Lord, tonight we thank you. We thank you for color, for the green of the trees and the grass, for the beauty of the sky with all of its different colors. Especially today, Lord, we've seen everything. We thank you for the water and the many shades of blue and green. And we thank you, Lord, that we live in a place where we can still see these things and enjoy them. We ask, Lord, that as we bring this meeting to an opening tonight, that you be with us, that kindness and mercy would abound, and that, Lord, we could disagree without hatred, without just being disagreeable, but just be different people with different opinions. And we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be here. We thank you for this council, and we ask, Lord, that you be with each of them and their needs. And tonight, Lord, we ask special blessing on Susie Shoemaker as our friend Henry was laid to rest today. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're now at moment of silence. You heard his name invoked. This evening's moment of silence will be in honor of Henry Shoemaker. He was an employee of the city of Pontiac, and his spouse, Susan Shoemaker, was a member of this body, a previous Pontiac City Council, and his funeral services were today. Last week, we did adopt a city council resolution honoring his life and service to the citizens of Pontiac. Please join us for a moment of silence. Thank you. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman. James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum having been established, and we've heard from Councilman Goodman that he's on his way, so we don't need to excuse any council member. And I just want to reiterate, we are at 6 city council members presently. Brett Nicholson's tenure on the city council has concluded, and we'll share with you later in the meeting about if you have any interest or neighbors have interest in applying for that city council vacancy. But so tonight and throughout the course of the evening, there will be 6 names called now versus the 7 districts. With that, is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. So that approval is before us. I have one potential change for us to consider, and I welcome and invite others that may arise from council members. Currently, number 6 on the agenda is a resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning ordinance map amendment. It would rezone 5.21 acres for the parcel at 25 South Sanford Street from R1 one family to R3 multifamily. That's the former Purdue school. And we've got somebody that'll be presenting, but they've got to catch a flight to Milwaukee. And I don't want to be the dude that, because that stresses me out. So if it's okay with council, we can move that up to become the new number 1, and everything else will move down from there, if that is your pleasure. Is there such a motion to
I
amend?
make the motion.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we amend the agenda under consideration to make a new number 1, which is currently the number 6, that first reading for that ordinance amendment for zoning. Any discussion on that amendment? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the proposed amendment to the agenda.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, so the amendment is incorporated to the agenda consideration before us. Are there any other changes, discussion, clarification, correction? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the agenda as amended.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
The agenda has been adopted. We are now at approval of the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. So this includes the City Council meeting minutes from July 23rd, last week, the resolution to amend the job classification for the gun violence intervention positions to include benefits and approve the corresponding pay bands, resolution approving contract with Orion Solutions Group for hiring recruitment, resolution honoring the service of Brett Nicholson on the Pontiac City Council, and resolution requesting monthly updates on the American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds utilization progress. So that's the consent agenda. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on the adoption.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those items have been approved. We're now at the new number 1 on the agenda, which, if you're looking at your printed copy, is number 6. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution so we can begin debate?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is the first reading, so it's a zoning map amendment. It requires 2 readings, so no final decision will be made tonight, and it'll be up for consideration at least one more time. It's the amendment to rezone 5.21 acres for parcels 64, 14, 28, 455,001. This is at 25 South Sanford Street, from R1 one family to R3 multifamily. And Mayor, is there anything, or you want to hand it directly to the planning staff?
Well, I do want to hand it to the planning staff. I do just want to emphasize that this is the former Purdue School site, and we have an exciting opportunity to redevelop that site for affordable housing. And so that's the context here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Corey on our planning team.
Good evening, Council. My name is Corey Christensen. I'm the senior planner here. So I will be presenting on today's zoning map case. This is case ZMA 24-006. The applicant is Liliana Gonzalez. The application is for a rezoning of 25 South Sanford Street from R1 single-family residential to R3 multifamily residential. This is where we're at in the process. On July 10th, they went before the Planning Commission where they received a recommendation for approval. They are now before you today for their first reading, and then they'll have a second reading, which is when you will be asked to make a decision. So this gives you an idea of where it sits within our zoning map. You can see it's this large parcel that used to be Purdue School. It takes up the entire block. It sits within a neighborhood that's entirely zoned R1 single-family residential, with the exception of several commercial parcels sprinkled along Pike and Auburn Avenue. This gives you an idea of where it sits using an aerial from Google. It shows you it sits well within, The neighborhood is primarily single-family residential with some higher densities along Pike Street. These images are for your reference. They give you an idea of what the property looked like recently. These photos were taken, I believe, July 10th. This is looking south from Pike Street. You can see the existing Purdue School. This is looking south from Pike Street at the rear of the property. You can see the notice for the public hearing. And then this is looking west from South Francis Street. So this parcel, like many parcels in the area, is zoned R1, one-family dwelling, which means currently, outside of a few minor uses such as schools, the only thing this property could be used for is a single-family home. This parcel was historically used as a school that taught students from kindergarten to 8th grade. R1 zoning designations are typical for schools because schools are often located within neighborhoods. The property is surrounded by residential, although there is some commercial across Pike Street to the northwest of the school. And the plan is to provide housing for senior citizens and a 9% low-income housing tax credit development. The development will be mixed income, and proposed amenities include open space, a lounge, and community rooms.
Ma'am, that chair should be open. Should be.
All right, the site is located along Pike Street, which is slated for a new road and Clinton River Trail bike connection in 2026. And the introduction of R3 does allow for several new uses to the site that weren't already permitted in the current R1 district. Some of these are commercial. However, these are all special exceptions and require Planning Commission approval. So the R3 zoning district, which is the district they are requesting, is intended to provide a suitable residential environment for families living in single-family, two-family, townhouse, and multiple-family dwellings. The following uses are permitted by right, which means they would not have to come to the Planning Commission. They have the right to use the property for this use, and those are multiple family, 3 or more families, single-family, state-licensed residential facilities for 6 or fewer, townhouses, two-family dwellings, community center buildings, parks or recreation, urban agriculture, or community gardens. And then there are several uses, mostly commercial, that are permitted by special exception. But what that means is they only have the right to request this use. They still have to come before the Planning Commission to actually receive approval for these uses. So those are mixed uses, which is commercial and residential together. Boarding or lodging houses, state-licensed residential facilities for 7 or more, unlicensed residential facilities, bakeries, banks, childcare centers, galleries, bed and breakfast, learning centers, offices. I won't read all of them, but you get the idea of the types of uses. It's small or lower intensity commercial. And then the R1 district, which is the current zoning of the property, it's intended to encourage a suitable environment for families with children. By right, in the R1 district, the property owner is permitted a one-family dwelling, a state-licensed residential facility for 6 or fewer, a community center building, parks and rec, community gardens, small wind or small wind energy systems. And then by special exception, they are permitted a bed and breakfast, a cemetery, cultural municipal uses, religious institutions, schools, small outdoor recreation facilities, and a wireless telecommunication facility. So there are 10 standards to approval that should be used to guide your decision. 1, consistency with the goals, policies, and objectives of the master plan. 2, compatibility of the site's environmental features. 3, evidence the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment under the current zoning. 4, compatibility of all the potential uses with surrounding uses. 5, the capacity of the city's utilities and services. 6, the capability of the street system. 7, the boundaries of the requested rezoning district are reasonable. 8, the requested zoning district is considered to be more appropriate. 9, rezoning the land is considered to be more appropriate than amending the list of permitted or special land uses. And 10, rezoning will not create an isolated or incompatible zone. So with those standards, staff conducted an analysis. We found that the master plan's future land use map classifies the subject property as civic public use. Considering the city has not utilized all the public space it currently owns, it is unlikely the property will be developed for this use in the future. The topography of the site is level, and there are no environmental features that would prohibit multifamily use of the site. The R3 zoning district is very common amongst residential parcels of this size, and approval of this rezoning will permit uses that are already common in the area. The city's utilities and services are sufficient to accommodate the proposed use. The site was previously used as a public school, and the utilities are designed to accommodate uses at a large scale. The proposed use of the site will generate less traffic than the historic use of the site as a school. And the R3 zoning district was selected because it represents the least change necessary to permit the multifamily residential use proposed by the applicant. And with that, Planning Commission's recommendation was approval, 6-0.
Thank you very much, and just want to very quickly offer the planning manager, Mark Yandrick, our well wishes as he bounces back from an illness. Hopefully it's very swift and we'll see him for the second reading. But if it's you, that's cool too. But thank you for your service to the city of Pontiac. So to set the stage for the community, you heard that the Planning Commission heard this proposed rezoning. There's been a few other steps to this potential redevelopment that include the city council held a public hearing and voted to approve the option of purchase, meaning that this project still has a lot of other steps, including the state of Michigan saying yay or nay on whether it will receive the, the housing credits and be able to be viable. This, regardless of this proposal, is about will the land be able to be used for X purposes, to be more than just single-family homes or churches or schools, for example. So that's what's before us. This is the first reading. It has come before us when we were talking about the potential sale. There would still have to be a final decision by us as the citizens at a future city council meeting on whether we close that, consummate that deal. But this is one step of that possible redevelopment. And this rezoning would stand regardless of this proposal. So even if this project didn't get off the ground, it would rezone this site, the 5.21 acres at Chandler and Sanford and Pike and Sanford and Francis to the east. Previously was Eastern Junior High, the first middle school in our city, junior high in our city, later known as Edison School or Purdue School, and it is currently owned by the city of Pontiac. That's a unique element of this, that it is currently owned by the city. The school district owned it for a good long while, sold it to a private property owner. That property owner also owned the office towers in downtown Pontiac. And then when they were 2021 or so, when there was that deal to change ownerships, this school got thrown into the heap and thrown onto our laps. So it's now our responsibility to repurpose or resolve this long vacant structure. So that's what we're talking about here. So this doesn't decide it today. This acknowledges that it's been read for a first time, but we have representatives here from the applicant, I believe. If you now might be a good time if they want to share about the proposal or their interest in seeing the property rezoned.
I'm not sure if the applicant's present. See, oh, there we are. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Lily Gonzalez. I was the applicant that submitted the application for the rezoning on behalf of our team. I was here in June, but just to reiterate a little bit of what I said back then, I work with Scenario Solutions. We are a nonprofit development company. I'm based in Detroit, and we are working in partnership with the Pontiac Housing Commission on this project. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or do I need to speak maybe a bit about what we're trying to bring to the site? It is
if you can give an elevator pitch.
Elevator pitch, yeah. Okay, so we looked at the building initially to try to see if we could preserve Purdue School. We had a historic architect come and take a look and walk the site. Unfortunately, the building features would not qualify for historic tax credits, and there was not a lot of confidence that we would be able to get there. Also, when we ran, I don't know how much to go into the weeds, but all to say is we explored that option first to try to salvage the building. That wasn't possible, so now we are working with the design team to do new construction to bring 55 units of 1 and 2 bedrooms. At the current Purdue site, it would have off-street parking, it would have amenities, as they were noted. What do we have? Fitness center, outdoor lounge area, if you will. It's 5 acres, it's quite big, so we want to also include like a track for seniors to be able to walk and engage, and I'm sure I'm missing a lot of other things at the moment, but in essence, that's what we're trying to do in partnership with Pontiac Housing Commission. Ahmad, did you want to say something?
No, absolutely. I was just
And we're excited to work with the city of Pontiac, since, you guys are the owners, but we're looking forward to collectively reshaping that neighborhood together. And we're just excited for this project altogether. And we're excited to do our senior development for the seniors, one of our long-lasting projects we wanted to do here in Pontiac. So we're excited all together. That's what I would add.
Thank you. I want to thank representatives from your team for being at multiple district meetings and neighborhood meetings in recent weeks and months to share this with residents. It was very well received from the District 7 residents. They want to see a new breath of fresh air for that site, which has been too blighted and too vacant for too long. I think that this city council, I can speak with certainty, we adopted as one of our priorities this year that we want to see more housing options and more housing diversity in our city. There's an acute need that Pontiac is feeling. Rent prices are going up for many, many people, and there's just scarcity of availability. And so for our seniors, for those that want to age in place, for this and other sites, we want to see that come online. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Actually, I just have a few questions. One of my biggest concerns is you said this was a senior, that they plan to make this a senior complex, right? So from the Planning Commission standpoint, why wasn't any conditions put into this particular project?
By law, a condition must be offered by an applicant, so the city can't put our own conditions in. And it was asked questions since I sit as a liaison to the Planning Commission. It was raised about that very question. Members of the commission wanted to make sure that property that is intended for seniors remains for seniors, that there's been some experiences in the past in Pontiac that hasn't worked out as well long-term, where seniors are no longer the focus. So that is something that was spoken to at length at the Planning Commission. But it sounds like the mayor might have a better answer than me procedurally.
The mayor can have the floor.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that although it's not a part of the rezoning as a condition, because the property is owned by the city currently, and ultimately if this goes through, will have to be conveyed by the city to the developer, there will be an opportunity to put that kind of a condition in that sales agreement. So there are other ways to try to make sure that this remains senior housing so long as the developer agrees. So the city will have another opportunity to do that outside of the zoning context.
And if they pursue state credits, tax credits, there are requirements based on the credits that they get as well about, sort of affordability and remaining eligibility for the senior population.
Yeah, definitely, if I could, definitely around affordability. I don't know if the tax incentives from MSHDA would necessarily include an age component, but perhaps they would. I just don't know the answer to that.
We have our city attorney here, Ms. McAtamy. Do you want to elaborate further on the questions that Pro Tem and this conversation has brought up?
Absolutely. I will say that the two of you did a great job in addressing those questions. The only thing I would add is that it really depends on the type of assistance that the applicant gets from MSHDA. So the mayor is perfectly correct. Sometimes there are requirements that these must be age-related, and sometimes there's not, and we just don't have that answer from MSHDA yet, so we just don't know.
But to his point, when it comes to city council, there will be a development agreement. So we get to help determine what terms our constraints are put on for the site. Further discussion on this first reading. It'll be back before us for a second reading. Councilwoman James.
This one, I know the last time that
Microphone.
Here, you told us what the prices would be on those, but could you, is this going to be a mixed-use building or low income?
It's not going to be a mixed-use building. It's going to be all residential, and we have projected right now 30 to 80% AMI.
Okay.
No, 30 to 60. Excuse me. So there will not be any market rate, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay.
So it will not be any market rate? Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on this first reading? Hearing none, speakers list exhausted, and now before us is roll call on the resolution on its first reading. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted and will be before us for a second reading soon. We're now at the special presentation, a brief status update on priority waste trash, yard waste, and bulk pickup transition. We give the floor to Mayor Grimel to give us a few updates and bring up whomever else can provide some updates. Based on the lack of as many calls, text messages, and pitchforks and torches outside of City Hall, I don't think it's as problematic as it was 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. But we want to hear what we know from the administration. And throughout the course of this evening during public comment or agenda address, if you have firsthand experience, please share with us on the ground as well, too. But Mayor Grimel?
Yeah, thank you. So we're definitely seeing improvements. There's no question about that. That doesn't mean everything is solved out there, but we're definitely been seeing improvements over the past week. We always were in pretty good shape with the actual pickup of the trash cans themselves. The problems were yard waste and the bulk pickup items. And over the course of the past week, ever since we sent a letter to Priority expressing that we intend to exercise our liquidated damages clause under the contract to penalize them financially for missed pickups, we've seen a big improvement since then, perhaps not coincidentally. And so the past week has seen a big improvement. I do want to invite Eric Johnson on our DPW team to the podium. Eric has been assigned to follow those routes every day to make sure that Priority is doing their job. And so I want to thank Eric for his hard work. He's been part of our DPW team for a while, but we reassigned him specifically to this purpose so that we can do a better job of holding Priority accountable. And the last thing I'll say is that if people still have concerns in terms of missed pickups, whether it's trash cans, whether it's bulk pickup items, whether it's yard waste, please either call DPW or send an email to trashpickup@pontiac.mi.us. So again, that's trash pickup, all one word, at pontiac.mi.us. And with that, take it away, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, it's been quite a process here ramping up.
Turn your microphone on.
Bottom right.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Eric Johnson. I've just been appointed sanitation superintendent.
Congratulations. King of the trash.
So nobody has any vegetables, tomatoes, rotten eggs, or anything to throw, right? Just like the mayor said, we are seeing drastic improvements. We were over at the Boeing Center earlier today, and we did. The mayor did a little survey of just by a raise of hands, whose trash got missed, whose bulk items got missed, whose yard waste got missed, and just only a few hands went up, and we wrote down those addresses, and and we addressed those. So we are going to. So things are going well right now. Last week, July 22nd through the 26th, was kind of like our week to get it right. And so from Monday through Friday of last week, we, Priority, focused all their efforts towards this. And they worked late into the night. Some of your trash may have got picked up at 6, 7, maybe even 8 o'clock at night. But they did, we had a successful week. And we had very few phone calls throughout the week. You may have known people that, sporadically things were missed. But initially, the focus was trash. That was the main thing. Yard work and bulk, not as much. But as of last week, yes, it was all three of those were prioritized. So hopefully, well, not hopefully, we should be in really good shape now, starting this second week with full services focused on trash and bulk and yard waste. And those trucks will have cameras on the side of them on all four corners. They'll have cameras on the inside, and they'll be videotaping. And then we will soon have an email address where we will be reaching out to Priority instead of the city. And so it will go through a person they have there full time that's watching, that has the cameras in front of them, the video, and they will be able to see what's going on, why trash didn't get picked up. So the calls will be going into them first, and then if it's not resolved, then please call us within 24 hours of contacting them, and the city will get involved, and we will take care of it immediately. So, we are doing much better right now. It's an education process. The rules are pretty much the same for as far as how to put your trash out. The way we did it through GFL is pretty much the same as same rules that Priority has, except they will be picking up bulk items every week, 2 bulk items on your collection day. So that is a change. So did we want to open it up for questions?
We'll open it up
right
a little
now?
bit. So is it accurate to say that now and going forward, weekly bulk pickup is available to all residents?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the big perk of the new Priority service, is that we don't have to every other week hopscotch it. You can put out your up to 2 bulk pickup items every week.
Yes.
So that is true now and going forward. So just want to make sure everyone knew that. Is the license with the state of Michigan approved yet for Priority Waste to be the operator of the Collier Road site? It's okay if you don't know that answer, but if
I don't know
anyone
that
knows.
answer. No.
Okay, because tied in with that, we want to make sure that the city's street sweepers are able to unload, and so that way they can keep collecting debris and running throughout the neighborhoods. We had heard previous reports about how since the station and landfill site for Collier Road isn't operable until the state gives the new operator the license approval, that creates a logistical problem. So I want to know if the street sweepers have been emptied and the DPW team has been able to operate them once more.
I can find that out, yes. I
Thank
sit
you.
right next to the street sweeper guy.
All right, good deal. Thank you. Pro Tem and then Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Is the city able to dump at the landfill since it's our landfill?
That I don't have an answer for.
Mayor Bryma
either.
wants to provide that one.
Have the floor through the chair.
Yeah, the landfill is no longer an open landfill, so there's no actual dumping in the landfill anymore. But what we would like to do, and I think to the President's point, is use that as a waste transfer station where we can take our items there as the city and have them then transferred at the waste transfer station to be taken to a landfill. The problem is that we've been waiting on the state to authorize the transfer of that waste transfer license from GFL to Priority. And I don't believe that that has yet been approved by the state. I think that's, we're hoping that that will be approved over the next month or so, but I don't think that's yet been approved.
So just a follow-up question. So currently, right now, we can't use that facility even to just take our waste and store it there until we have a better plan.
I think we could probably, I don't want to speak out of school in terms of whether we could store waste there. What can't be done is that property cannot yet, until it's properly licensed by the state, it cannot be used as a waste transfer station. Now, that's a little bit different as to whether we could temporarily store waste there, perhaps, and I just don't know the answer to that.
All right, thank you.
We look forward to that answer. Thank you for the great question. Councilman Rutherford?
To the administration, do you see in the timeline that you can actually bring back recycling? And the reason why I ask is because we have a lot of people who pay for their recycling who constantly make comments about they paid, how they're going to get their money back, the repercussions. And so we're just trying to give them some assurity so that people, including people that work here, won't give out any more misinformation. I yield to you.
It's always an option to bring back recycling. It's just a question of cost. With GFL allowed people to opt in or alternatively to opt out. Priority does not allow that. So with Priority, either everybody is in for curbside recycling or everybody is not in for curbside recycling. And the cost of curbside recycling through priority, and this was after extensive conversations and negotiations with them, is almost $40 per household per year. So at the end of the day, that would mean an additional $40 on the annual service charge that property owners, homeowners pay for their waste pickup in order to add the recycling at curbside. So that's ultimately a policy decision for all of us to make. We can certainly do it. It just will cost homeowners another $40 per year. In the interim, we do have 2 recycling dumpsters here at City Hall, and people continue to be allowed, as they were before, free of charge to bring the recycling to City Hall and put it in the recycling dumpsters.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that, I just want to make sure we tell it so that people know the context of why it's not done. Oftentimes, people just say things off the cuff, and it makes people get distracted by it. So that's why I asked for you to go into great detail. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, I would just like to ask, when we get the answers about the waste transfer station, could you share them with the whole council? Because I've gotten calls and questions about it as well.
Very good.
Okay.
Further discussion on this brief update? Truly, though, welcome to your role and congratulations. Thank you for stepping up. It's a big need. And I'm glad that the Department of Public Works is prioritizing, haha, pun not intended, prioritizing effective oversight of the sanitation contract.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to serving the city of Pontiac. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. We are now at the first of 2 public hearings tonight. This is about the creation of a neighborhood enterprise zone, an economic development tool that's available to municipalities in our state, or certain municipalities in our state, of which Pontiac is eligible. We have not had a neighborhood enterprise zone previously. And so what we're going to do is give the administration the opportunity to share more. Then we will open up the public hearing for community members to offer their feedback, ask questions, and then City Council will render a verdict. This was before us about 2 weeks ago as a bit of a preview, and now we're going to dive into it deeper. Anything further, Mayor Grimo?
Well, just briefly before I turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, I do just want to emphasize that this is a really powerful economic incentive tool, really a tax incentive, to help incentivize development, especially housing development. So we're excited about adding this policy to our toolkit, if you will, for economic development in the community. This does work similar to an OPRA, an Obsolete Property Rehabilitation Act tax credit, in that what's being asked today is just approving the zone. The zone alone doesn't mean that every property in that zone gets a tax abatement, because if that were the case, the city would probably go bankrupt in a hurry. What it means is that any property in that zone can apply for a tax abatement as part of some sort of redevelopment project or new construction project. And so I just want to be clear that this doesn't mean tonight that we're handing out a slew of tax abatements. What it allows for is for property owners to apply for tax abatements in the future for individual properties associated with specific redevelopment or new construction projects. And with that, I want to turn it over to Manager Younger.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As the mayor has indicated, we're proposing an NEZ. There's the map up there. I brought maps for people because I know it's hard to read, so if you'd like a copy of the map, I'll be happy to distribute it. What we're proposing is about 14% of the parcels in the city of Pontiac where we anticipate future development and growth occurring. Again, we can change NEZ zones as we progress. We can eliminate or we can add to up to a maximum of 15%. So what we're proposing is, in fact, what the NEZ does, as the mayor indicated, is okay, thank you. Look. So What the NEZ does is allows a tax abatement up to 15 years on the improvements on the property. It applies to rehabilitation, new construction that is mixed development, and there's also homestead for existing homeowners. It is not automatic. The first step is that the city approves the NEZ zone, and then each applicant would have to apply for a certificate. The certificate then would have to go to the state for the final approval from the state. So what we're proposing today is a map of where there's a huge list of parcels that go with that. If anybody wants to see the parcel list, it's about, what, 2,800 parcels, or is it more? 4,100 parcels. I have that list here. Council, I think, was in your package, but I do have a list if the public would like to see that as well. It's 200 pages long, so I didn't print a lot of them, but I'd be happy to leave that for your perusal. So what we are doing, and I'm already excited to tell you that we have already received approval for a significant project that will be using the NEZ tax abatement. Some of you may be familiar with Castle Day Ray, 111 Oneida. That is a historic property that is set vacant for years and years and years. We were able to, with the hope that City Council will ultimately approve an NEZ, we were able to secure financing from a host of participants. The last funding just came in 2 weeks ago from MEDC for over $2 million. And the NEZ, as part of the toolkit, is one of the things that will push that over the top. So again, we're not saying that the NEZ has been approved yet, but it is a tool that made the rehabilitation of that historic building that had sat vacant for about almost 3 decades move forward. So we're excited about this as an opportunity to take obsolete properties that are residential. We had tools in the city for obsolete properties that were commercial, but we didn't have a comparable tool for residential. So this, in fact, would allow that. Again, it is a 15-year tax abatement, but it starts waning off in years 12 through 15. We are working on several projects that would combine another tool that we're using successfully, which is the brownfield TIF, and combining that with the NEZ is making deals that would not otherwise move forward, go forward. Have with us our consultant that we hope to retain, Ann Jameson, who's also a consultant for several of the projects that we are working on. And she is the expert, so I'll let her explain in further detail.
Well, Deborah, you did a great job. So, so the intent of the NEZ district is really, again, just to establish a district, to allow for this economic development tool to promote revitalization of existing homes, existing multifamily residential buildings, and it really goes hand in hand with not just, it's not just for market rate. The biggest push for this program is really to allow for the affordable housing to come in and use this tool in combination with brownfield, so that it is creating that economic development opportunity to have varying incomes be able to utilize these programs within the city of Pontiac. We were working very closely with the State Tax Commission, Oakland County Equalization, wonderful staff at the City of Pontiac. I have to give a great shout out to everybody here who helped with the planning department and economic development, and made great strides in mapping this. So eventually, once everything gets through the process of the public hearing and adoption of the proposed NEZ zone, we're going to have live sort of options, so you can click on a map and you can find that parcel where that NEZ district lays. And then again, to reiterate, the district itself does not allow for any type of exemption on property taxes. The only way to seek that exemption for property taxes is to go through a second public hearing process for a specific property, so it would come back to council. So every single parcel and project that's under consideration for a tax abatement exemption comes back to this board. and then goes ultimately to the State Tax Commission for their final approval. I've seen this type of economic development incentive used throughout the state, and I really have seen tremendous growth within the communities that have taken advantage of this program. And it really, with the state partners and county partners that we work with, it adds to them wanting to layer and partner with the city of Pontiac more and more. So, thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, these are the proposed boundaries that are before us now. Does the city, using the same process, have the ability to change the boundaries in the future for a neighborhood enterprise zone?
Yes, at any time, the neighborhood zone can be amended to either reduce parcels or add parcels, but we are at a maximum amount of parcels. It's a 15% within the city itself, but that can come before an amendment at any time.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Younger, how you doing tonight?
Good.
Well, definitely thank you for your work on this. I just got a few questions concerning how were these particular parcels chosen?
What we looked at were where we knew that development opportunities existed. There are several projects that are proposed already. We also looked where we thought the future potential growth opportunities were. Right now, there are about 5 projects that I'm aware of that fall within these boundaries. And so we wanted to be reflective of that. We also wanted to capture the downtown and the neighborhoods surrounding that, where we proposed that future growth would occur. As indicated, we can always subtract or add as we move forward. I talked to other cities who have NEZs. They have decommissioned parcels and added parcels as development opportunities change. So we do have that opportunity. We would have to come back through this kind of process, but we can, in fact, remove and add parcels as long as we stay within the 15% maximum.
Okay, and my follow-up question, some of these parcels are actually vacant land and some of them have structures on them.
Correct.
Am I correct? Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, great job as always. This is something near and dear because housing is so important, especially at these times with the housing shortage. So my question is very simple. By having this tool, does this allow new developers to come in and also allow people who actually own property over there to develop and receive the benefits of an NEZ?
Correct. It's for rehabilitation of existing properties, i.e. 111 Oneida. You can do new construction with mixed-use development. You can also do homesteads for existing homeowners who want to put a new roof on their house. And they could apply for a homestead exemption so that their taxes wouldn't go up. So it encourages people to actually, hopefully where we have new development and people around that see that development opportunity, improve their individual houses, and don't see the burden of increased taxes.
And my follow-up would be, if this is approved tonight, do we have like a bullet point so that if the average Joe wants to do this and to actually benefit from this, they can actually know how to do it the right way and that they don't lose out on this great opportunity?
Go.
Yes, definitely. We're working on basically a flow chart. So folks, it's a handout that folks can kind of, basically walk through what the steps are and what would qualify them for seeking an exemption certificate once the district's established.
Okay.
And we also will have the map. So we're working on that. So you will be able to click and see the parcel and know that it's in the zone. So we'll have an interactive map as well as a flow chart so that the average citizen will be able to know how to apply in the process.
And we'll also have it online too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's the goal.
Thank you.
So we have a visual on the wall here. It's in the council packets, and it has been handed out to those in the audience here, but just for those as a frame of reference, the entirety of inside the Woodward Loop or downtown Pontiac is proposed in this neighborhood enterprise zone. The 3 neighborhoods in districts 1 and 7 that recently were established as residential infill overlay districts to try and spur new housing construction, those are included in the proposed footprint. The former Lakeside Home site, that vacant land on the north shore of Crystal Lake, currently vacant, that looks like it's in the property. What's the little slice of orange? Looks like it's off of maybe University.
That's Fairview Estates.
So Fairview Estates, which was a residential complex that was partially completed.
Correct.
This would hopefully spur an expansion or a next phase of that housing development.
Correct.
And so this would mean that many vacant buildings, even if they were built for offices or residential that's no longer utilized, this would help incentivize new home construction or new apartment buildings that otherwise wouldn't have this tool available, correct?
Yeah, and it can be rental. It can be for sale, so you can actually have condos in NEZs that the individual condo owners can file a homestead exemption on. So it's a really versatile tool and is multifaceted in that it really affects all types of housing.
Okay. I see the Fairview, the Fair Grove Historic District in District 6, just north of downtown. Looks like that's in the map along the railroad tracks at the District 6, District 3 border. What we were talking about on University Drive is District 5. And the site with potential apartment structure, affordable housing on Auburn. That vacant land that site looks to be included. Are there any other noteworthy sites that you'd like to draw the community or council's attention to?
I would bring the attention to lighthouse projects that are ongoing in the city of Pontiac. They are currently rehabbing 2 existing projects. They're actually not going for NECs on the rehabs. They're actually using the brownfield TIF on those rehabs. But they are doing a brand new construction at 454 Auburn, and they are definitely going to be using NEZ new as well as a brownfield plan overlay with that.
And does it impact their campus expansion near Cottage and Woodward, or is that not applicable?
It's not applicable to the campus expansion.
Okay. All right, Councilman Rutherford.
My follow-up is the project that we're building on Orchard Lake. Would they benefit from this as well? Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And if anybody wants to look at the parcel map, all 200 pages of it, I'll leave it back here. So feel free. But it's by parcel number, not street address. So unless you know, because that's how we have to file it by parcel number. It's not that I was trying to be confusing, but that's how
it sets up.
It sets up. So, but it is. I'll leave it back here on the SPAC table.
Okay. So that's the presentation, sort of laying the foundation, so you've got some frame of reference. What we're going to do now is open a public hearing where you can come up, offer your questions, perspective, concerns, prior to City Council taking action on it. I'll give, since we have another public hearing happening, I'm going to make it 2 minutes per person. You can speak one time. You don't have to all line up. I mean, we'll give the time. You don't have to feel like you have to give up your seat to get your spot. But we now open this public hearing. At 6:58 p.m., you must provide your address per state law, and you've got to keep it on this topic. So if you want to complain about trash, this ain't the spot. That's coming later.
Thank you, President McGinnis. State Representative Brenda Carter, 86 West Yale Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan, North Side. Just a comment. I want to really applaud the City of Pontiac and the Council for the work they're doing with economic development. These enterprise zones is going to open up a whole plethora of opportunities, housing, etc. And I would offer my services as the state representative to connect you with Mishta, Laura, and anything else you need to help you facilitate the growth of Pontiac. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Robert Bass, 499 Highland. I just got a couple of questions regarding these areas that have been cited and how they're going to be developed. Are they going to be developed by contractors? Are they going to be developed by just residents or people from out of town that just want to come in and build? How are we going to know how the aesthetics and what the look of the different housing is going to look like? And who's going to make us aware that it's coming rather than after it's built or when it's in construction? So those are a lot of questions that had to be answered. We have a lot of streets over there in the District 1 area that we're really concerned about. And recently there was a developer that bought some houses on the street behind me. And the houses that were intended to be built were houses that I didn't particularly like and didn't think was conducive to our part of the neighborhood. So I just want to know how we're going to play a part in this, and if there are going to be a lot of different contractors and developers bringing different type of housing here that we're not privy to until after they're built. Thank you.
Ben Davis, 545 Montana Avenue. When I looked at the map, I didn't see, I live on Montana off of Franklin, and I know we have like Franklin Schools has been sitting there. I don't know who owns it. It's just been sitting there. I'm like, the way you're going to redo Purdue, that's prime land. And then further down, I know it's that house right off Franklin, like California, that's blighted. The little place where used like be a motel or something. Oakland County owns that. That's just blighted, and the grass is growing. So it's not on there. Literally, we got that thing MEZ right over top of where I live, basically.
Yes, good evening. Brett Reynolds, 50 Dakota Street. I'm curious as to, does this touch all 7 current districts, or soon to be 6 districts, or possibly 6 districts? Does this touch every district? Because we have a lot of concern about 500 Huron, which is currently blighted and has transferred from city-owned to private-owned, and now it's tied up in a court proceeding. That's my main question. Thank you.
And during the course of the public hearing, we're taking in the questions, and once it's concluded, we'll be able to offer perspectives and answers as we know them.
My question regarding the NEZ zone, my name is Rosalind Northcross, I live at 168 Astorwood, is how will this information be shared with residents? Will, since they said it could affect individual homeowners who want to improve their property, how will those residents know about that? What is the mechanism to facilitate that for the average homeowner in the NEZ zone who wants to improve their property and take advantage of this tax abatement?
Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? All right.
I'm going to answer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cheryl Jones. I live at 483 Montana Avenue. I'm currently running for Precinct Delegate, Precinct 1. Also, at the same time, I'm voicing my opinion on the gas station that's proposed at the corner of Franklin Road.
Unfortunately, that's coming in a hot minute, so that'll be the next public hearing.
All right, thank you.
But we'll let you go first.
Okay.
No, I don't mean now. I mean at the That's what I get for trying to be lighthearted.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Taylor, and I live in District 7. My address is 160 J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1. And by being in my district, are we going to be able to talk about whoever come in that district and how they're going to fix it up and how they're going to keep it clean and how they're going to keep the management company from mistreating the people in those districts?
Any other requests to address the public hearing? Any other requests? Any other? All right.
Yeah. Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakline Drive. I think that anything that we can do for the neighborhoods to try to improve them like this could work. Sometimes I'm a little concerned about how we divide the particular areas, and I see here on the District 1 area where we got Rapid Street to South Boulevard, and it looks like one street on the other side of South Boulevard. So I'm just by this drawing. it's like one street into another part of the neighborhood. I'm not quite sure how we decide on one street that's crossing over from a thoroughfare to include one of those streets and not the other parts of that neighborhood. So it's just a little concerning, but I want us to try to work collectively so we can make sure when we improve these districts that they're coming up together. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Darlene Clark at 506 Nebraska. I noticed that the map is showing homes that is at very low income. Bringing in new investors to build on the lots or to tear down homes, it appears, and I could be wrong, so I'm asking this question, is this pushing the low-income people out in order to bring in the big business? Because the homes that's there is not going to meet the standard and the value of the homes that the investors are going to put on that lot.
Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? With that, this particular public hearing is closed at 7:06 p.m. We'll give the floor to Manager Younger and Ms. Jameson if you want to offer any professional vantage points, and we can keep the conversation going.
Okay. So I think one of the first questions was about how the community would be engaged and involved. Each project that comes before us that is planned would have to come through a process just like this. So anytime a development is proposed, it would have to have a public hearing and a vote, and then it would go to the state for approval. So that's the first thing. It would still have to go through zoning and planning, just like any other project. So this is not, it's much like an Oprah. Every project would have to come before this body. Citizens there would be a public hearing held at least 10 days prior where citizens could react to that. And then, again, it still has to go through all of the regular planning and zoning approvals for any development. I think the next question was Franklin School. One of the reasons I thought I included Franklin School, one of the reasons we do this is to get comment. Franklin, that school area, we're under the boundary. I would, under advisement, consider adding Franklin School because that's a site we would want to develop. And at one point, as the maps shift and change and new projects come, but I think we should add Franklin School because that's a huge development opportunity, and that can easily be added within our boundaries. And that's part of this process is to get input because we do leave things out and forget about things. Does this touch all districts? Not at this time. It's not proposed to be in all 7 districts. Again, we can amend, we can change. This was based on what we knew was potential development opportunities, and again, like Franklin School, Purdue School, those type of things. Franklin is omitted, but we will, in fact, add it in.
Notifications to homeowners.
Part of the NEZ process is, in fact, any notification. The part of the public process is that. Now, again, for the question about existing homeowners, this does not propose buying up existing homes. Proposal is to, in fact, develop vacant properties that are already there, take land that hasn't been developed, and construct new things. And as a resource for existing homeowners, those of you who might want to do a repair on your home but don't want to see your property taxes go up, you have the opportunity to file for a homestead exemption. Even those of you who are in our home repair program, once this is established, you can apply for a homestead exemption. And so if we put a new roof on your home, you can apply for an exemption and therefore your taxes don't go up. So we see this as an opportunity to stabilize and preserve the existing housing stock as well as attract new development. But it's not an attempt to buy up existing housing and households. That's not what this is about. This is taking land that is vacant or buildings that have sat there and need to be revitalized as an economic tool, and hopefully it will also spur the neighbors in that neighborhood to, in fact, improve their properties.
Contiguity.
Yeah, go.
So there were some questions as to, why certain streets were included and why when it, went across another area, why those parcels weren't included. We have to make sure there's legislation we have to follow in the NEZ Act, that we have contiguity of parcels within a certain area of the NEZ district. So you have to have at least 10 platted parcels, so next to each other, for it to qualify as a district. So one of the exercises we had to go through when we were putting this map together was verifying parcel locations, contiguity, in the areas where the specific priority development areas were located. So that's why in certain cases everything could not be included.
Right, and it's also why sometimes we crossed the street. It was so that we could get a minimum of 10 contiguous parcels. So we knew that something was going on this street, but in order to have the 10 parcels, we had to go over to this street. So that's why you see some of that.
All right.
And that's just, I think you answered.
Yeah.
All right, we have no motion before us, so now, is there a motion to adopt the resolution establishing the neighborhood enterprise zone?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman James, so now we can deliberate further. I want to start the speakers list. Pro Tem Carrington, Councilman Rutherford, Mayor Grimal, Councilman Parker, Councilman James. And remember, this will not be voted on tonight because we want to, at the very least, add sounds like there's interest in having the Franklin School site in the mix. So we don't have to get all the deliberation in tonight. We can keep it moving. Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I just like to thank you for the clarity on the 10 lots that are connected, or excuse me, ladies, I'm trying to talk to you. What do you, Ms. Debbie Young, please come to the
Yes, sir.
To the mic. So I just want to thank you for the clarity when it comes to telling us concerning the regulation when it has to be 10 lots, because the earlier statements would have had everybody calling us saying they want their home in this particular zone, right? So I definitely thank you for that clarity. So have you looked around the rest of the districts to determine areas in those particular districts that is not on this proposal?
And this is part of the public process. We were not seeking a final adoption tonight anyway. We wanted to have this public hearing. I plan to bring back a final resolution, and we'll take into consideration, for instance, Franklin School, and if there are other areas, notwithstanding that we have to stay within 15% of the acreage of the city of Pontiac. So this is what this process is about, to get your input. It's duly noted that Franklin School wasn't included. That's an oversight on my part. It's always been my intention to include it. So we'll come back with a new map, incumbent upon your input as well. But so we're not asking for a final approval tonight. We never intended to do that because we have to meet the state criteria on notification. So I intended to come back August, whatever that 27th or whatever that day is, with the final approval.
What's August 27th?
Or whatever the last Tuesday of the month is. I don't know I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, we'll deal with that later. City Attorney, did you need to interject something?
I was going to explain the process because I think that there needs to be a little bit of clarity as to what tonight is for and what needs to happen next. So under the state statute that allows us to establish a neighborhood enterprise zone, the very first thing that we do is we as a city, and the clerk's office specifically, sends a copy of the map and the list of all of the parcels to all of the taxing authorities that do any sort of taxing in the city of Pontiac and that would receive any sort of income from these parcels. We send that first. Within 45 days of sending that notice to
Order
all
in the chambers. We have one person speaking. Order in the chambers.
Within 45 days of sending that notice out to the taxing authorities, we have to come before you and hold a public hearing. And that is what we just did today. Then, sometime in the interim, the city council has to adopt a resolution establishing that this neighborhood enterprise zone is in the best interest of the residents. After that, and 60 days, at least 60 days after that initial notice is sent to the state taxing authority and all the other taxing authorities, another resolution comes before you to adopt the neighborhood enterprise zone. So the resolution that's before you tonight doesn't actually adopt the neighborhood enterprise zone. What is before you tonight simply states that this neighborhood enterprise zone is in the best interest of the city. If we want to add Franklin School, then what will happen is we will send an updated notice to those taxing authorities and come back before you for another public hearing, 45 days from that date. And we will adopt a resolution stating that that's in the best interest of the city. And then 60 days from that notice, we will have to come back before this council to adopt a resolution actually adopting that neighborhood enterprise zone. So this is quite a long process, and tonight's just the interim part of that. We wouldn't actually, and we legally cannot adopt the neighborhood enterprise zone tonight.
Okay. Well, the resolution references exhibits in giving the implication that that's what will be the boundaries. For the sake of our time and for the sake of everyone in the audience, I think it would be appropriate now to move to postpone for 1 week. I'm not trying to be heavy and cut off everybody. We could still talk about it, but based on what they've just shared, there's still a lot more moving parts to do. But anything very quick or procedural from council members?
No, I can wait till next week.
Anything else? Okay. Mayor, are you good with waiting or anything final? Okay. Is there a motion to postpone for 1 week?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we postpone the resolution establishing the neighborhood enterprise zone in Pontiac for 1 week. And with that, we welcome resident feedback and input on what you think the final boundaries should best be. And is there anything final that we need to know based on what we're discussing on the postponement proposal?
Not at all. This doesn't affect any of the timeline with regard to the neighborhood enterprise zone. I think what might be best is if we come before council at a later council meeting and explain the process in a little bit more detail.
You could do it in a memo. You don't have to do it in a meeting.
I would happily do it in a memo.
Just that we can modify the resolution that accomplishes the step that you said, that we acknowledge that we want, it's in the best interest of the city to launch a neighborhood enterprise zone. And then if you want to do another song and dance with the specific boundaries, get back to us to say whether that has to happen simultaneously or separately.
Absolutely. We will do that.
Councilman James.
Yeah, I do think that it would be good for you to come back to council with an understanding of the differences between the developers coming to acquire these properties for development and residents and homeowners who want to be able to utilize this, because I don't think that is completely clear. I think it's a little bit confusing for homeowners, and so we need to really put that in writing and go over it again when we come back next week, because there was one question asked about how homeowners would be able to benefit from this. So we need to really make that clear, the differences between people who own existing homes in this area and people who might come in for development purposes.
And it's worth pointing out before we take this vote, the NEZs are about housing development. So one address was asked about on Huron, which is currently like a single-story commercial development. Doesn't mean that that couldn't be a future housing site, but it was trying to identify most likely to be hospitable for homes or apartments. Any further clarification needed on where we're at? This is the motion to postpone the resolution for 1 week. Hearing nothing further, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution has been postponed for 1 week. I'd like to entertain a motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of having recognition of elected officials now so that State Representative Carter can give us a legislative update. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilwoman James, that we suspend the rules to move up this particular item so we can hear this update while she's still able to be in the room. Hearing no discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to suspend the rules.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Without objection, we give the floor now to State Representative Carter for a brief update.
Once again, thank you, President McGinnis. Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Pontiac residents. I would ask that I would be given time on your agenda, upcoming agenda, to give you a full update on the budget that we passed at the state of Michigan. It was wonderful. A lot of good things came out of that budget, but I do not have the time to talk about it now, and I want you to clearly to understand what we accomplished in Lansing. The reason I asked for the time today is that we have a very important election, and I cannot be partisan in my comments, but I will say what's really critically important. I was selected as a delegate for the Democratic National Convention. And with that came the responsibility of deciding who will be our next leader of this great nation. From that, I learned a lot. I will be going to Chicago. I've already cast my vote. But there is 2 events that's coming up this Saturday that I want to call attention to for the city of Pontiac. The first one is a march against violence that's being held by the Greater Pontiac Community Coalition that's going to start at noon. It will start at Leona's Tasty Treats, Frosty Treats on Auburn, and this march will go all the way down to Carriage Circle. And this is to once again address the violence in our community and hopefully come up with resolutions. I'm understanding that the city of Pontiac has formed a committee that will address the violence in our city, but we need to go more. We want to be supportive of the initiatives that's going on. As you know, there has been several laws passed. One of them was mine. I passed the law about universal background checks and requiring that everyone have a background check if they have excuse me. Thank you. If they have a gun or a firearm, okay? There's others like safe storage and ARPA laws that will prevent unnecessarily violence against domestic partners. But that march that's going to be held on Saturday is very important, and I encourage everyone to join in that march, to come down there and protect our youth, protect our community, because we're doing a good job, but we need to do more. We need to do a lot more. The second thing that's going on this Saturday, August 3rd, well, actually, there's 3. I'll talk about the third one in a minute. But the second thing is the Pontiac Library, the NAACP, Regina Campbell, they have all coalesced together to do a get out to vote. And once again, I'm not advocating one side or the other because that's improper in this forum. But it is critical that we engage our community to vote. This is not the election to sit at home or to talk about what somebody hasn't done for you. This is the election to have your voice heard. And I strongly encourage everyone within the sound of my voice to join in Saturday, once again, August 3rd. And this one starts at noon as well. And it's going to be at Jean's Rib Shack on Auburn, once again. And there's going to be a lot of places where you can register to vote. And then you can come down here. You need to know that early voting is going on right now. Once again, I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm just telling you to vote. This is not the election to sit at home. Everything that we've done in Lansing in the last 18 months can be wiped away if you sit at home and don't vote. The last thing I want to talk about, August 3rd, once again, is I just want to wish that incredible guy that I've been married to for 21 years a happy anniversary, because it's our anniversary and we're going to get out there and we're going to get out the vote. Oh yeah, his birthday. But so if you want to join us, and I strongly encourage you to do, because this November 6th, we could wake up and history could be made. You feel me? Okay. So I just ask you, if you want to join this movement to get out the vote, give me a call. The number is 586-701-0431. I will repeat it again. 586-701-0431. Pontiac, let's be part of history. We can do this. We can do it. Thank you.
All right, now we are at what was number 4 on the agenda, our second and final public hearing of the evening. It's an appeal of a special exception denial for an automotive services facility at 382 Franklin Road. The automotive services facility in any part of the city is subject to a special exception. And the Planning Commission denied that special exception request, which you'll find out about. But in our city's ordinance, this is the only appeal that comes to City Council versus Zoning Board of Appeals or other judicial bodies. Our ordinance states that there can be an appeal to the City Council. The applicant, who was denied that special exception permit at the Planning Commission, is appealing that denial, and that does involve a public hearing where community members can offer their feedback about that proposal. Before give it over to staff, Mayor, anything further?
Well, I think you summed it up. We have a city ordinance that has been in place for a long time, long before any of us were in office, and that allows an applicant who goes before the Planning Commission to ask for a special exception. If they're denied that special exception, they can appeal as of right to the City Council. And so that's what brings us here tonight. And I'll turn it over to Corey from our planning team to introduce the topic.
Thank you, and good evening again, Council. So I'm going to be giving a brief presentation explaining what the case was and how it got here, and then I'll be passing it off to the appellant to kind of go over what their development was and why they are requesting an appeal from you. So this was case SEP 24-006. It was located at 382 Franklin Road. The request was for automotive services, which is the category in our zoning ordinance that is a broad category that includes several types of automotive uses, but specifically the applicant was requesting a gas station, 4 pumps in particular. On June 5th, the special exception request for these fuel pumps was heard by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted to deny 6-0. On June 12th, the applicant formally appealed within the 10-day requirement of the zoning ordinance. And so that brings us to July 9th. City Council passed a resolution setting the public hearing. And today, July 30th, is City Council's hearing. Just a very brief overview. These are the 2 parcels in question. You can see this is deep red color. That is C3 zoning, corridor commercial. That's a moderate intensity commercial district. That is what the property in question is currently zoned. It sits on South Boulevard and Franklin. You can see along South Boulevard and Franklin here are C1 properties. That's a lighter intensity commercial. But all these yellow, these are all single family homes. And then this blue is parking. And so to provide clarity on the Planning Commission's decision, their motion specifically was to deny the requested special exception permit for an automobile service facility at 382 Franklin Road based on the fact that it does not meet Standard 6 in the zoning ordinance. And for your reference, Standard 6 is the use may not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, and equipment or conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person, property, or general welfare as a result of producing excess traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, or odors out of proportion to that normally prevailing in the particular district. And then I'm not going to go through all of them, but for your reference, if you need them, I have all the standards of approval up here And with that, I'm going to pass it over to the appellant.
Good evening, council members. Eric Williams with Stonefield Engineering Design. Address is 555 South Old Woodward, Birmingham, Michigan. Appreciate all the time that Mark and Corey have spent with us on this one. We thought we had a good project in front of us, and obviously we're here to seek additional assistance. So as Corey stated, we did receive a denial on June 5th. We've subsequently appealed, and that's why we're here. Maybe just to add a little more detail to the site plan itself. So Mr. Denha is in attendance here. He's the applicant. I know many of the folks know him from the Concourse Market, which is located just north across the street. That's a liquor store that's been in operation within the city, I believe, for 50 years now. His family has continually operated it. At this point in time, he is seeking approval for this project to relocate his business within the city to continue doing business. You guys have talked about blighted buildings, older buildings. He's currently located in an older building. He's seeking approval to construct new, reinvest within the city, and continue business. With that being said, we are proposing an approximately 4,500 square foot convenience store and gas station. Obviously, the special exception use is the gas station in this particular instance for automobile service use. We are seeking to construct 4 pumps, 8 total fueling positions beneath a canopy. Pretty standard for any convenience store, gas station that you would see constructed at this point in time. I think Corey had shown the zoning map there. One of the conversations here was proximity to residential, and then obviously consistency within the corridor. The way we looked at this particular property is it is zoned C3. This is a special exception use. We also looked at the master plan itself. It's located within a fairly, I'm going to call it flexible future land use area, if that's the right word for it. But it speaks to entrepreneurial, industrial, commercial, and green. So again, we felt that this, again, it's not a super specific future land use, but it does provide flexibility in the use that we were seeking. Use and appearance shall be harmonious with the character of the vicinity. Again, we've got the M1 concourse, a very vehicularly intense use, kitty corner from us within this particular area of the city. We felt that this convenience store and gas station provides a great transition from kind of the Woodward to the east, heading west into the neighborhood. Residents can come and pick up convenience items. They can fuel as they go to and from work. Again, just seeking to continue business within the city of Pontiac. And then specifically, Mr. Christensen pointed out the objection in terms of condition number 6, which has to do with noise, odor, fumes, et cetera, within the limits of the site. I think when we think of gas stations, a lot of times we're thinking about these older gas stations that were maybe constructed in the 60s, 70s, and haven't been properly upkept. That's where we see a lot of the concern revolving around gas stations. We do have a petroleum expert in in attendance here that can speak to some of the advances that have been made with technology. But again, we're installing state-of-the-art facilities here. There would be no leaks. There would be no noxious fumes. Every aspect of the environmental protections here would follow state, local, and federal laws. Again, we would not intend to have any fumes or odors impact the neighbors. And then additionally, the lighting plan was designed to ensure there's no glare into the neighbors to the west or south. So again, we appreciate your consideration in this appeal. We'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, want to say thank city staff for their time.
Bless you. All right, anything further from the appellant?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Conklin. I work for Corrigan Oil. I'm a project manager for petroleum construction. I was an inspector for state of Michigan with DEQ and Lower for 15 years for all petroleum, hydrogen, propane, everything. Before that, for 22 years, I worked for a company called Oscar Larson, and I was a project manager and a foreman. I'm here on behalf of the petroleum side. You talk about blight, you talk about areas that need to be brought into the current state, and a petroleum facility nowadays is state of the art. The monitoring systems, everything's double wall piping, everything's a sealed system, there's no vapors. Everything's a closed system. Any part of any kind of leak was shut down. In 2015, the EPA, before it was 50 different states doing 50 different things. The EPA brought everything into perspective in 2015. It was adopted in 2018. Multiple testing goes on within the year and the 3-year periods. The gentleman's going to be probably putting about $2 million into his facility. That's just, he also has, excuse me?
Order in the
Order
chambers.
in chamber, please.
We'll have public for hearing in just a second.
I apologize.
Oh, you're good. Keep going.
All I'm stating is it's a state-of-the-art facility, and they were talking about harmony within the residents. You have a huge facility on the other side that the racetrack, that facility passed. This facility is a smaller facility. It's still within it's to help the community. Other than that, that's about it. I appreciate everything.
Okay, anything further from the appellant? Order in the chambers. We'll get through it.
I'm not here to advocate one way or another. You know, everybody's
so.
going to
You're
come up
appealing.
here and speak one way or the other. And I just want to say, moving forward, regardless of the decision made by this board, I'm going to continue supporting this city because I've been here since I was born. And, you know, to each his own. I wish, you know, I got some local support. I wish I had more time. I didn't. I just wanted to say thanks for coming out and, you know, best wishes for everybody in the result.
All right. Hearing nothing further on the those who submitted the application for the appeal. Nothing further. All right. So thank you for the presentation. Now we have hopefully a general understanding of where we're talking about and what the question is before us. So now we're going to open this public hearing. Again, 2 minutes per person, speaking opportunity once. It is now open at 7:36 p.m. And we did allow the young lady from Montana to get first crack at the...
Again, good evening. My name is Cheryl Jones. I live at 483 Montana Avenue. I am running for office. The major point I want to express to everyone, the proposal is great, but not in our neighborhood. The numerous children there is congested. The liquor store is already congested. If it's all about money, you should not be here. You should be concerned about the residents. We have children, we have elderly, we have people that walk. That area, personally, I am an industrial engineer, and I also believe that other options should be made, relocation should be made for that particular area. There is a gas station at the corner of Woodward, so we don't really need another gas station. M1 Concourse, I've been familiar with them since they had, the old plant was there. I used to cut the grass there a long time ago. M1 Concourse is contained. I also work there. That's a contained facility. The gas station will not be contained. It's open. There are too many children. Too many children. Again, too many children in that area for a gas station to be there. Convenience store, whatever. We have a convenience store and a liquor store. We don't need any more stores. We don't need a gas station at that corner. That's a dangerous corner as it is. So along with the M1 Concourse, I'm also a race car driver. I build Teslas. So what I have to say to that is this proposal should not be passed. It should be rejected. They need to find another location. I'm a former school teacher, retired twice. I probably will go back to teaching school. Retirement sucks. But once again, I'll be working until I'm 90. And at the same time, that gas station should not be at that corner. It's too congested, too many children, See, again, too many children.
That does conclude your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Wendell Woods. I don't live in that district, but I sent an email to Mike McGinnis, and it said, Council President McGinnis, the residents of the City of Pontiac on numerous City of Pontiac Council meetings expressed their opposition and legitimate concern about the danger of this proposed service facility. Their concerns and requests for a denial to use this location for a service facility have included 1, noise, 2, safety, hazardous chemicals, leakage of chemicals into the ground, 3, traffic increase and possible accidents and injury to residents, 4, lack of proper space for vehicles entering and exiting, 5, loitering, 6, quality of life and impact on residential property values, and 7, possible sale of illicit drugs with loitering. The residents are strongly opposed to use this area, 382 Franklin Boulevard, for a service facility. Please listen to your residents and do not approve to put a service facility at this location. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration regarding this matter. And right before the hearing, I had a discussion with some of the colleagues, and they suggested maybe the Super K by the McDonald's could be a possible location. So maybe offer them other options, but this is not the place. It will never be the place, period. Stop. Oh, I don't live in 303 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. Thank you.
And I just want to say, since I know that there'll be a number of people speaking, so far we're on safe territory, but there's no need to engage in personal attacks or personal invectives. Let's focus on the policy question before us. We're doing good. Let's keep it going. Dr. Waterman.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive, my neighbor. I'm here also to speak on behalf of the residents of District 1, proud owners of property, citizens of Pontiac. And the Planning Commission got this right in their denial. We hope that you will listen to the citizens and their right to have peaceful enjoyment of their property and also deny this request. It is their right to appeal, of course, but it's also the right of the homeowners and the people who've invested in Pontiac, have chosen Pontiac, keep up their property, pay their taxes, and come to expect that their residents will keep the right dimension in order to have their peaceful existence of life. And if you bring in this kind of commercial enterprise, gas station, in such a congested area, it's going to cause other problems in terms of additional noise and all the things that have been mentioned before. I'm not going to go through that. I spoke at the Planning Commission, and I'm also here to speak before you today. Now, a speaker before said, well, this goes contingent with what's going on at M1. Well, that's the problem, because unfortunately, you know, the M1 is something that you're still working out, hasn't been resolved, and that's been a continuous problem and source of irritation for these neighborhoods. So you can't say compound it by something else that's also going to do the same. There was a previous gas station there, but that it's in other days. The neighborhood is different than it is right now, than it was then, so it's important for you to understand that these residents, listen to them. This is their home. They pay their taxes. Listen to them and see what they want. It's their right to have that kind of protected neighborhood like they have come to respect and that they live in, and this is where their livelihood. So I thank you for listening, and I hope you will listen to them.
Dolores Stevens, 606 Wyoming Avenue. I'm District 1 resident. I am speaking on behalf of myself and my mother. Many of you know her name is Jessie Stevens. And when I was coming up in her household, and I'm going to say there's a planning commission, if she told me no, and I went back around to my daddy, the school board, we have said no, we don't want it there. And the examples that you use, baby, you dug a bigger hole than before you realized, because we got issues with M1. So no, we don't want it. We don't want it. Find another location, respect our wishes, and let us live the way we want to live and eliminate some of these other things that we're dealing with.
Marie Thomas, 481 Highland. I know we're all familiar with we the people, we the residents of Pontiac in that area have spoken. We say no. Allow us to live in dignity and pride. When we come in front of you guys, we want you to fight for us, not the outsiders. There are small kids up and down Franklin Road. When M1 has an event You can't get to that corner, get through that light. And now you're going to tell us that you're going to add more traffic to that? Do you understand the harm that this is doing to residents right in back of a residential area? Listen to us, the people. We put you guys in that seat to fight for us. Let us have our dignity and pride. Uphold your seats. Work for us, not for the almighty dollar. We pay your salary. They don't. Keep our property inside of Pontiac. Quit selling Pontiac. And Ms. Rutherford, please fight for us over there. That's your district. Fight to make sure we don't get it, because we put you in your seat.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I missed her first name. I couldn't hear her.
She did, but it was Ray, correct? First name Ray?
No, I said Marie Thomas.
Marie, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marcia Rogers, 475 Field Due. I want to say the residents are not opposed to a grocery store, convenience store, job service, health center, cafe, bakery, a garden, or any other structure that would not interfere with the health and wellness of the residents. You know that this was voted down. This is not a personal attack. This is about the well-being of our community. And because we have provided you significant reasons for this not to happen, we have the expectation that no 4 pumps, gas pumps, can come here. It's okay for them to move across the street. It might assist in some of the traffic, but we already are troubled by the noise and the traffic and many other things that has occurred because of our new neighbor. We are not opposed to M1. We just want them to follow the ordinance. We're not opposed to new buildings in this site. We are opposed to a gas station, and we appreciate you respecting our well-being. And you have several people here who may not speak, but they have these notes to remind you that this is the vote we want. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Andrea Mans, 432 Highland Avenue. I want to discuss the impact of gas stations in residential areas. I don't care what nobody else said about not having fumes or whatever. Gasoline vapors can evaporate during filling. These chemicals can cause ozone pollutions, which can lead to asthma and respiratory problems. Idling engines can also emit particulates into the air that can cause harmful issues to nearby residents. Groundwater contamination. Gas stations typically have underground storage tanks that can corrode over time and leak petroleum into the soil. This petroleum can contaminate groundwater, which is a source of drinking water for almost half of the U.S. population. Light pollution. Gas stations are usually well lit and help motorists and deter crime, which can cause light pollution and in the surrounding areas. Health risks. Studies have linked gas stations in residential areas to childhood leukemia, anemia, cancer, infections, and low birth weight. Children are especially vulnerable to hydrocarbon exposure. And they say 10 industries that diminish property values the most. Number 2 being convenience store with gas stations. People would be driving in and out of the intersection, hanging out at the property, and buying lots of lotto tickets, cigarettes, and beer when they gas up. This indicates the possibility of the increase in robbery, crime, accidents, traffic, and pedestrians, which could add to the decreased property value. In the past, Federal Housing Administration (FHA) ensured mortgages were not available for properties located within 300 feet of tanks capable of storing 1,000 gallons of gas or more and other flammable explosive materials. And no gas station or vehicular repair service shop should be located within 300 feet of the following uses, which are located along the same street, which are schools and playgrounds, churches, hospitals, libraries, institutions for dependent children, or other similar places of public assembly. And we all know there's a church over here, playground over there, and then over another street is another playground. Not to mention the man that was here the other day that said he lived right there. He asked y'all, would you want to live there with a gas station right there? So those are some things that need to be considered. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deandra Garvin, 605 Wyoming. So I am also a resident in that area, and I also have a small, child that lives there. Like, I'm not opposed to, like they said, something else. Like, they already have a liquor license and everything. If you want to move across the street, build a better facility, and maybe offer like a larger grocery line or something, because it's already like a food desert, because you already have to kind of go to like either Telegraph or further down into Bloomfield or out to Hollywood grocery store. So, a better, shopping facility for grocery would be convenient for me on my way home. But a gas station, there's one at the corner of Woodward and South Boulevard. There's one at Gulf Drive. You also have Costco's. You also have Orchard Lake. And that's not within 1 mile of that exact location. You already have a facility. You're willing to invest $2 million. Take $2 million, expand on your liquor, expand your building, expand your grocery. It's a food desert. Expand on all of that. But another gas station, and the M1, I'm a race car, I'm a motorhead, I love it, I get it, but to add something else for them to drive fast to and speed around, like my kid, he's here, like the kids go to, the playgrounds and stuff like that, he goes to the neighbor, our kids still get to play in their neighborhood, like most of my neighbors over here, still watch my kids, so adding something else that is not of safety is just, it's just not good, and I'm a property owner over there, and like she said, it drops your value. Who wants to live near that? Let me put a gas station in front of your house and see how you feel about that. But at a grocery store, I spend my money at your store. I'm there all the time. You keep what I need, so, just hear us out. Thank you.
Okay. Gloria Miller, 431 Boyd, District 5. But I know very well District 1. I know all the districts. And I want to say this. I ride through there all the time, coming through, because I used to go to Telegraph over to the shopping mall. You guys got all that shopping over there. I love over there. You used to cut through. But M1 has got that city. M1 got the south side shut down. And so I started doing a little investigation. And they almost own almost every damn thing over there. All the property, all the land. There's a plan. Pay attention. It's a plan. There's a plan. And the plan is not you, because it's becoming commercial up in there. Everything, all the streets being fixed in Pontiac. Wonder why. Put it together, Pontiac. Y'all my people. Talk to me. They put it together for a reason. And you could stop it with those 7 up there, because they stopped that. They're the check and balance. You put them in office, you tell them what to do. These developers don't come here unless they feel that they can do what they want to us. I'm so proud of y'all. Keep it up. Because then you say, you know what? Hell, you can't go up in Pontiac like you used to. They coming out and they ain't playing. Because anybody can see. A blind man can see. My husband's blind. He can see this and hear this. They coming to gentrify. They coming to gentrify. And we're going to fight like hell. I don't care what they saying about Lancaster and all these co-ops and these properties in the city of Pontiac. They're trying to get rid of all of them. They're trying to drive us out of here. And it's my job to tell you as your neighbors, I can't do it. I won't do it. I love all of you. I don't play politics. I play God. Because at the end of the day, what's done in the dark is going to come to the light, and you're going to remember me.
Good evening, Brett Reynolds, 50 Dakota Street. I'd just like to add to the wonderful things that have been said. It is so impressive to see what the power of CDC. This is the power of Mr. Robert Bass, the CDC movement. We need one in every community. We need one in every district, all 7 districts, by the way, not 6, 7 districts. And I'm proud to say that we've had meetings for District 2 to start our own CDC, to mirror what's been going on in District 1 for so many years, and we will keep you informed about that. I am the ad hoc or the temporary president of the District 2 CDC. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, H. Bill Maxey, Civil Rights, Community Activists, and the official ombudsman for the city. Council, you've heard the Brain Trust, the Brain Trust. You've heard the think tanks speaking in the city. And based upon that, each one of us represent short-wise 100 citizens. We've talked to many citizens going to their homes or the telephone. And to get all of this information expression together, we went to, in this particular case, our leader, CDC, Robert Bass. We support, again, you have heard the think tank, you have heard the Brain Trust. The Brain Trust, we have spoken. And the answer to the organization, in respect, I would give you some figures, but I don't have time. Think about the monies that you will take out of the city. Money's turned around 13 times for business people and businessmen, businesswomen who live in the city. $2.3 million spent, Carrot Circle, mothers spend that much. Gas stations got at least $3.84 million a year. And what are you returning? The only equity is to you and not to the think tank, Brain Trust, our citizens, our voices in this community. Thanks, but no thanks.
Angela Rakowski, 59 Oriole, Pontiac. And I wanted to speak in regards to the gas station, knowing now that the party store owner, I believe, is here. I am over in that area quite often for my work. And I think before he tries or they try to do something on that corner, which nobody agrees with and I don't agree with, they need to clean up the current space that they have. In the winter, my company vehicle can't fit down the street because of the double parking on South Boulevard and then the single parking that is on Franklin Road. When we come through with our trailers in the summer, we get to the stoplight. There's someone out there trying to get money from us in our work trucks. We pick up numerous bottles, alcohol bottles, cigarette wrappers when we're trying to mow the medians on South Boulevard. So perhaps a larger parking lot, better dumpsters, monitoring your lots, anything would probably be a nice help for that community instead of what's trying to happen now. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of the Citizen District Council. On July 5th, 2024, we attended a public hearing before the Planning Commission and stated our case to deny the special exception, this special exception permit in large numbers, and it was supported by the Commission. In less than 5 days, we were made aware that there was an appeal being filed to the council. It's in writing. Upon denial, there shall not be a resubmission for 180 days from the date of denial on grounds of new evidence or proof of changes in condition. What are the changes in those conditions that you took this public hearing? I'm not going to add insult to injury. This is a nice young man with a future plan. The plan is good. And I understand the magnitude of needing something to support you building your building somewhere else. However, that happened to clash with us as a district and with us as residents and homeowners. So it's not to degrade the young man. He's right for having a plan, having a future plan. However, we do not and will not accept a gas station in that particular area. It's just not conducive to the residents that live in that area. It's too many houses, too congested already, too many problems already exist without adding insult to injury to us as well.
That does conclude your time.
So with that, thank you so much for your time.
Oh, you're saying that Mr. Bass didn't offer his address? No. Oh, okay. Do you want to say it for him, Mr. Jones?
You want to say your address?
You don't have to get up again.
Say and get your address. 499 Highland. Okay.
499 Highland. All right.
Okay. Okay. Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakline Drive in Pontiac, Michigan, District 1. I've been over in this area all my life, and this right here is the concerning part I have is not necessarily what everybody's talking about. I'm concerned about this process. Now, special exceptions allow for somebody to appeal. Now, I think that could be close if it was a close call in the Planning Commission. But if I'm not mistaken, it was our president of the council, who's the member of the Planning Commission, who offered the denial. And it was supported, and it was 6-0. We had a public hearing doing that, and it was all opposition. All opposition. I have yet to hear anybody come to this mic and say they are in favor of this. Now, I'm just going to say to you, you need to know when you bring commercial into a residential area, you should buy into the commercial to residential first.
If you can direct your comments to the chair.
That, you know, because I believe we have a good way to share this, but when you think that you can go past what the residents say and what the Planning Commission say, and then go above to say, well, I can get the council to say something different, we need to look at that real careful, because I wouldn't want to have to spend a lot of time keep coming down here. When we had a public hearing, we had planning commissioners said no, the residents said no, but then we got to waste our time and money. I think it could have been stopped when it came before council. I think we had one council person said, no, we don't need another public hearing. I don't care if they appeal it. That don't mean you still have to accommodate it. Yeah. Let them appeal it, but if everybody had said no, you could have said, no, we're not going to go through it, and we can stop it right there. This is a waste of our time. Now, if they start thinking that the council going to say something different, I like to hear that.
Ben Davis, 545 Montana. I live like 2 blocks down, and I don't even use the Sunoco gas station unless I'm getting some chicken. I go to Costco's and get my gas because it's cheaper. So even if they open it up, I wouldn't use it. And like I said, we got kids up and down our street. They play all the time. You got to watch out for them. So adding a gas station, sounds like he spent a lot of money on something, and all the people that come into a store, who, out of those people, who said they wanted a gas station? I want a restaurant or something on that corner. I've been saying I wish a Rally's or something was there. People can drive in and drive out. Something other than what he's offering, because I wouldn't use it. I literally live 2 blocks down the street and would not use it.
Hi, once again, my name is Darlene Clark, 506 Nebraska Avenue. First, let me clear this up. I'm speaking to you as residents and listening ears as a resident. With that being said, the common denominator, not so much that no one wants this facility on Franklin Road, But what Chris and his attorney or his person wants you to believe is that a gas station was there. But what they don't tell you the true story of how that gas station got there. It was there at a time of segregation where blacks had to form their own area. It was there when blacks could not go into Huron Street and buy gas. It was there where we only had to go certain places to do things that we had to do. And even that gas station been there was just a one-tank gas station. Blacks wasn't allowed to have the luxury that what the white people had. And when we opened up, when segregation was over and we opened up in the 70s to all come together, then what has happened is that white people still, now no disrespect to culture because I'm giving you facts, okay, and this is history. White people then says, okay, blacks want to come in, we want to move out. Fine and good, they move out. Now they want to come in, and they're coming in at a cheaper price than when they left. Which opportunity? $2 million to a poor man is a lot. But $2 million to an investor is nothing. Now, if he has $2 million in a team of investors, since he had that business since 1970, we would have seen some improvement to our city on the properties that he owned. And I guarantee you there has never been any. So if he cannot produce improvement in where he's at, how is he going to produce improvement in where he's going?
That does conclude your time.
I'm Rosalind Northcross, 168 Astorwood Street, and I'm the president of the Neighborhood Association for District 1. And I want to thank everyone in District 1 who came out, who answered the call to let your voice be heard, to let your wishes be known for the kind of neighborhood that you want to live in, the kind of projects and businesses that you want to see in your neighborhood. I'd like to call attention to this property is bounded on 3 sides by 2-lane streets. And if a gas station were allowed to be built on this location, it would be the only one of its kind in Pontiac that's located in a neighborhood where all the streets are just 2 lanes. Most of the gas stations in Pontiac, if not all, are on multi-lane freeways, thoroughfares, and highways. And the increased traffic that this would bring to our neighborhood is just unconscionable. Children, as someone mentioned, and older people like me, we use the sidewalks to get exercise, to go and visit friends, to travel up and down Franklin Road, South Boulevard. And we would not be able to do that safely. We couldn't do that safely if there were a gas station there with 4 pumps and multi-lanes to get in and exit. So I urge the City Council to uphold the vote taken by the Planning Commission and please say no to this unwanted, unneeded addition to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Veronica Taylor, 160 J. Hubbard Lane. I live in District 7, but I go through all these districts as y'all voter protection woman. Now, to know that these people is asking you all to do y'all due diligence and respect them as y'all going in and out, these communities help take care of you all, help provide for you all. And this community is asking you all to help them keep their vote and keep their district looking nice and clean. And I would like for you all that's sitting up there to help these people in their district. Because District 7 gonna need y'all help, District 2 gonna need y'all help, District 3 gonna need y'all help, and y'all gonna need them to keep y'all in office.
Any other requests?
I just want to say thanks for everybody coming out. It was nice to hear your opinions, and I really do value them, and I am going to take them to heart moving forward with whatever development does get done across the street. And I respect the decision of all 6 of you. I mean, I know what it has to be. unless you guys want some crazy shit to happen in here right now.
If that was the S word, that's not allowed. But give us your address for your Franklin Road property.
360 Franklin Road.
That's Chris Denha. Okay, others who wish to speak during the public hearing?
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council President. My name is Ken Glass. I'm the past Deputy Mayor for the City of Pontiac, also past Chairman of the Planning Commission with 14 years of planning experience. My address is 1109 Oak Valley Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. I'm in District 1. I urge the council to support the Planning Commission's decision. Planning Commission works hard, and they do a lot of investigating, and they do a lot of listening to the community and the citizens. And I think they've already told you their findings and their decision. I ask you to support them. Now, one of the gentlemen mentioned about, well, you already have A1 Concord. Yeah, we do. And it's an issue. Now, when I was Planning Commission Chairman, we did approve Concord A1, but that track was a warming track. It was not a racetrack. And we were given the promise that it would not be a racetrack, that it would be a warming track, so when you took your car out of the garage, doing it from the winter, you could warm your car up and you could go on the road without any concern about it breaking down. It was never discussed to us about a racetrack. But somewhere down the line, it fell apart and somebody turned their heads.
We need to keep it on 382 Franklin.
Yes, sir. But anyway, going back to the decision about the gas station, the community's already spoke. I support the community. I support the Planning Commission's decision. I ask you to do the same. Thank you very much.
Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed at 8:11 p.m. All right, so now we have before us on the agenda the resolution. And is there a motion to adopt the resolution to deny the appeal of the Planning Commission, to deny the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of the special exception application for a gas station and convenience stores for parcels 641905226030 and 641905226031 at 382 Franklin Street.
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, so Councilman Goodman moves and Councilman Parker seconds. That would be the denial of the appeal of the denial. So to cut through the jargon, that means the denial would stand. It would still be a denial. So that's the motion before us. I'll read the resolution. Whereas the applicant, Stonefield Engineering Design, on behalf of property owner Christopher Denha, applied for a special exception application to the Planning Commission for a gas station and convenience store at 382 Franklin Road with the parcel numbers. And whereas the City of Pontiac Planning Commission denied the applications on June 5th, 2024 by a vote of 6-0 based on standard approval number 6, which reviews that the proposed use will not be detrimental to the overall neighborhood and district. This determination finds it is the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare. Whereas the applicant filed an appeal on June 14th, 2024 to the City of Pontiac Planning Division within the 10-day window to file an appeal, and whereas City Council reviews an appeal of the special exception pursuant to Article 6.302, subsection H of the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance, and whereas the city noticed for a public hearing on July 15th, 2024, for the July 30th, 2024 meeting. And whereas the City Council held a public hearing on July 30th, 2024, and whereas the City Council deliberated and determined the following. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council decides the appeal of the Planning Commission denial as follows. Deny the appeal and deny the requested special exception permit for an automobile service facility at 382 Franklin Road based on the following findings of fact. Number 1, it does not meet standard 6 based on the fact that it would be detrimental to the overall neighborhood and district, and not in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare. And that's the resolution. So that's what's before us now for deliberation. Councilman Goodman, first on the speaker's list.
So what I want to say to the residents, I don't want this to be misconstrued. The only reason why I pushed it to this week is because we have a literal duty to make sure it goes through the process. But I do want to immediately go into what I want to say about this. To the applicant, do you, well, either one of you, do you know what 48209 and 48217 have in common? 48209.
If you're not going to yield the floor, keep talking.
So it sounds like neither of you do. So there are the two most polluted zip codes in the state of Michigan. I know this because I spend my entire day job fighting for climate justice and environmental justice. Specifically, my office is located in the most polluted zip code in the state of Michigan, which is a entirely black and brown district in the city of Detroit, where cancer rates, asthma rates, and every sort of healthcare issue attached to fossil fuels and pollution has shown up for generations. There are people who I know who I organize with who multiple members of their own family, sisters, their mother, their grandmother, have developed cancer. Now, that is not me saying that by building this, that will immediately happen. But we do know for years the effects of what it means to put fossil fuels and pollution and gasoline in our communities. There's a reason why over time we have continued to reduce that. As a person who works for Corrigan Oil, these are facts that you should be very well aware of, especially coming to a black and brown community. It is already a problem that we have a racetrack so close to a community that that's relying on us to protect their health and welfare. And we do that through zoning, and we do that through planning. And we are already having a problem, as it is in black and brown communities, specifically in Pontiac, over like just generations and decades of poor investment and poor choices, that it would be entirely unconscionable for us to put a gas station directly in the community, not just because the residents don't want it, which is a huge part of it. Again, it failed Planning Commission 6-0, and again, we're just doing our job of moving that forward. But we have been talking about needing to make changes to benefit our city and benefit the lives of our residents and their health. And it makes absolutely zero sense, especially now with all the data and research that not only do I know that I have from my day job doing this in multiple different communities, but I know that you have, given the desire to build this and also the desire to consult to help build this. So to put it very simply, I'm voting no. There was no way that I was going to vote yes for this because, one, the residents didn't want it, but again, as someone whose entire job it is to fight for environmental justice in black and brown communities, this directly infringes upon that in the city of Pontiac, especially for people who, again, need us to fight for them. So I will leave it there. I stand with our residents. I stand with science. And I also stand with the fact that that is just not an area that is conducive to this development. Residents have said that it would be great to have that $2.3 million go into something like a grocery store, a market. I mean, the Detroit Food Co-op has opened up, and that's been an amazing thing for people down there. People need food and resources. We're tired of going to big box stores outside of our city. We're tired of getting our pockets ripped out because we're going to small dollar stores in the city that are charging us 200% more than we already are paying for. So take the advice back from the residents, do something that is a bit more conducive, because we don't need another gas station in the city, nor do we need another pollutant or another industry, especially in a community that has already been so devastated by that. So that's my take on it.
Pro Tem Carrington.
President, I'd like to call for the vote. I know residents have been waiting all night for this vote, so I would definitely love to call for the vote so we can let people go home.
I support that.
All right, so motion to call the question would cease a speaker's list. There is no one else on the speaker's list. So with that, we have fulfilled the role of hearing that appeal as it calls out in the city's ordinance. So with that, hearing no further discussion, Clerk Doyle, roll call on adoption of the resolution denying the appeal denial. In other words, the denial standing.
Carrington.
So if there was a question asked. If you want to keep the denial of the appeal of the denial, you vote yes. Is that correct, Clerk Doyle?
Right.
A yes vote
Yes to denial.
keeps the denial a denial. Everyone clear on that? Okay. Apologies, Clerk Doyle, please resume roll call.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The denial remains. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you to the residents for the time that you invested in working to improve and enhance your great neighborhood. We are now at the next item on the agenda. It's recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials that wish to give an update in their position? And Mr. Garrett, if you can give it a few more seconds. If anyone wants to socialize, you could do that downstairs. We'll give them a second to clear out. All right, recognition of elected officials. Mr. Garrett, you have the floor.
Greetings, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. We have a summer school graduation for our students tomorrow. I know this is somewhat of a last minute. I'm hoping that emails did go out, but if you can attend, it's going to be at Pontiac High starting at, It's going to be starting at 12 noon, and it's for our summer graduates who were missing a half a credit to a credit short, and they needed summer school to graduate. And so we just open invitation just to come out to support them for making that completion. I'm often one to say that a lot of times is the timing is out of your control sometimes, but to keep going, right? And to trust the process, and these students did. So if we can just show up for them like we would show up for any one of our other students who are graduating. We often say people will graduate on time. I say they graduated on time. Life hits us all in a different space, and these kids stay to the task and make sure that they graduate, okay? That is my comment as a school board trustee, as a charter commissioner. Just get out and vote August 6th. Okay, it is really important that we start to exercise who and what we are in the city of Pontiac, and we do that at the ballot box. So August 6th, no matter how you're going to vote, please vote. It is very important that we are represented in our city, and that our city is known to be interested in the process of voting. And we can do that by getting our numbers up on August 6th. I'm going to save my comments for public comments because I want to address this dais as a resident of Pontiac and a great support of this council and administration. So public comments, I'll wait to public comments to address you as a resident and not elected official at that time. Okay, thank you.
Other elected officials wishing to have the floor.
Good evening, this honorable body and this mayor. My name is Veronica Taylor, Minister Veronica Taylor, and I'm with the MDP Voter Protection Woman. And I'm here on the behalf of you all getting out and vote. Our clerk is now getting ready and been doing voter where you can go in and vote at the library and do the things you need to do there. If you don't have a ballot or ID to get it did, you can get a promissory note and go in there and get it signed in the clerk's office, and you can vote. You can vote all the way up here until the 5th. And I'm looking for Pontiac to come out like never before. You hear the problems we got in here trying to come in here now? Y'all better make it to the polls like never before. Y'all need to run, jitney, jump, skip, and hop to the polls.
Other elected officials? Other elected officials. Okay, we are now at agenda address, an opportunity to speak on items on the agenda. I do want to remind those in the audience that the Pontiac City Charter does not allow current city employees to speak during agenda address or public comment. I just want to provide that housekeeping item. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Sonia May, you didn't tell me the item you're speaking on? You're on this list, or it says Sonia M? Hold on. What item are you speaking on?
I'm not sure which one I was supposed to be on. I believe I put public comment in agenda, but I'm here about, I have a tax question.
Okay, I'll put you at public comment. Thank you.
Public comment?
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Mr. Bill Maxey, are you still speaking on the items that you on agenda?
Decline.
You decline?
Think tank have spoken.
All right, thank you, sir. Is it Davis? I can't read it. Darius Scott, or is it agenda address? Okay. Okay. Ms. Rosalind Norcross, you had item 4. Is that the item you want to speak on? We already. That's the service.
I'm sorry.
That's the service station.
No.
Okay. Mr. Carlton Jones.
I apologize I wasn't able to be here for the priority 1 presentation. But what I wanted to say about that item that we had on there, and I know we're wrestling with this trash situation. I did a little checking myself to try to think about this, and we need to really consider this. The key to trash removal is a place and location to dump it, to be truthful. We're fortunate enough to have our own landfill that people, so it seems like it'd be easier for us to consider buying some trucks, hiring some local people, and we can be responsible for our own trash pickup. When I heard just the number of trucks that they had used in the process, we got the landfill. Why can't we consider buying some trucks? Because we're always going to need to be picking up trash, and we control our own trash pickup. I mean, that's something for us to think about. If we're having problems, because I'm going to tell you, when they're coming in and they're planning on continuously to use all the old stuff, we're not going to get no new makeover looking. I know I've seen some companies come in other neighborhoods. They bring new trash cans and everything, and they look real nice. I think we finna just go have the same warmed over trash thing again. So I just think we need to say, if we're having problems with this, and I can foresee we're going to continue to have problems because he's not up to a good start. The other item I want to speak to is the social equity piece. We got the social equity piece with this recreational marijuana that's coming down. We need to really look real close and support social equity for Pontiac and the inclusiveness in social equity in everything we do with bringing people into our community. Look at that as using it as a model for when we're incorporating and contracting with people coming into our city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Artivia Stevens, is Stevens? She's gone. She's gone, okay. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Bless you.
Once again, I'm here to speak about the spending of the ARPA money, and particularly because on your agenda this evening you have the rollout of the small business program, which has been, people have been waiting so long for. We've had this money for years, and the mayor did roll it out a year ago when they first had the town halls and pronounced some activities that small businesses could receive benefits under this ARPA money, only to nothing to happen during that time, including the technical assistance program, which was supposed to roll out back in March and be done in March. The people who've been accepted to it have not heard anything. So I'm still concerned about the fact that this money was a great benefit to our community, to build our community after COVID-19. And I'm looking at the benefits which should have gone to the homeowners, to some of the homeowners who should be eligible to receive benefits of repairs, and then the small businesses to support them. So many of them have been waiting and were affected by COVID-19, and yet the program, which finally was put out, you had town halls Thursday and Monday, and all the people who were there said, it looks like they don't even want us to have the money. There were so many restrictions added on, which were not part of the original rollout. And various people are going to speak to that, including the fact that some of the people who thought they were eligible aren't going to be eligible. In fact, when about the 50 or so people in the room, when they said, who's now eligible under these new rules, which are not required by the federal government? This is something that was added on. And this was so bad that you were there, Commissioner, Councilperson Rutherford, and at first you said, as you were trying to explain to people why this should go through as written here, and I hope you don't accept this rollout, Council, you said it's carved in stone, but after you heard so many people who said
that
this
does conclude your time.
Even you said this should be changed.
That does
so I hope you're
conclude
gonna do
your
that.
time.
I hear you. I'm going to stop.
Mr. Brent Reynolds.
Good evening. I'll try to be brief, given the time and need for a bathroom break. My name is Brett Reynolds. I live on Dakota. And again, the ARPA money is such a concern to so many people here in the city. We are serving so few residents. Let me say that one more time. So few residents are receiving any COVID relief. The people in Pontiac are bleeding. The people in Pontiac are starving. The people in Pontiac are suffering. And what we're doing is we're sort of putting a Band-Aid on the Titanic, I'm afraid, and then spreading around some makeup over it to make it look nice. We really need real relief for the people of Pontiac. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wendell T. Woods, gone. Ms. Marcia Rogers.
She's gone.
Gone. Andrea Manns, I don't see. Angela Rakowski is a staff. She's not able to speak, do an agenda address or public comment. Ben Davis. Ann Fulton. Okay, thank you. What item for the agenda, ma'am? Yes, ma'am, I can put you on, I can move you to public comment. Okay. Darlene Clark, what item for the agenda?
Once again, show me go ahead. Good afternoon again. Darlene Clark speaking as a resident. First, let me thank Ms. Catherine James for addressing the question that I put to Deborah Younger for clarifying because she did not answer the question. And thank you for that little push. The question that I have for the NEZ zoning, as I state, that the streets that they selected are troublesome streets. Michigan, Wilson, Ferry Street, a lot of those streets is very, very low-income homes. And once again, like the gas station, and this is included in the conversation topic, they want to come in here and they get the luxury to override the residents, to do what they see fit, but yet they don't live here and they don't maintain the properties that they own and they choose to buy. The problem should never, ever be as if they can afford to come here. It should always be when you're making decisions for the people, what have they done to help the people out and maintaining the property that they have. Now, bringing high homes, even if it's $200,000 home, you're pushing our homes that's at maybe $60,000 or $70,000. You're pushing those homes out. Once again, investors are coming here to do what they want to do and pushing the residents out. The problem, again, is It's sad that our own council people and our own administration fail to want to move forward in making accomplishments and making money for the city, but not listen to what the people are saying to help the people out. Look around you. Look at what you're seeing. The lack of care from these investors on these properties is it saddens me. It saddens the residents who has to look at it every day.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller, what items?
I'm going to start with number 6, and I'm talking to the residents out in TV land, the one that you don't never see that calls me all the time. Item number 6, the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning map. Now, of course, you got the parcel numbers on there. I used to work in the Treasury, so I don't know the ad. They got it at 25 South Sanford Street from R1 to R3. City of Pontiac, that means they're going to take something from residential and they're going to put it R3 of multifamily. Here's where I have a problem. We're putting a lot of things in the neighborhood. I am so proud of District 1 tonight because District 6 didn't have this luxury. They got a plant coming over there in the nose. So I thank you guys for showing up because they got a plant coming from the old school over there in the neighborhood. They're sick about it to this day because no one listened. I'm glad they started listening because it is we the people. I want to go to item number 12. You know, when I was on the council, we left that ARP money for the next administration. One of my biggest mistakes was leaving it for them. We should have spent it, but because it would have went to the right place. Because 3 years into the term, it still is not distributed to the people the way it should have been. My opinion. Demolition of the former McCarroll School, Mayor. I know that you're going to demo, and you talk about the because we left $3 million for that for the school. So, how much? Tell the residents. I'm getting a lot of calls. How much is the McCarroll School is going to actually cost to build for the school? I think I heard you mention about $20 million, maybe 25. Maybe I'm wrong. To build McCarroll School, and if that's the case, where are we getting the money for that? Because I rather have MLK built before then. And I have to say that because right now, I'm riding down Martin Luther King. I got to go all around the place. It's a way you do business. And right now, the way this construction done is terrible.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes our agenda address.
All right, we're at what was number 7 on your printed agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the Pontiac Social Equity Program with adult use marijuana businesses?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This matter is now before us. The clerk's office previously presented on the matter. Clerk Doyle, any further reflections you'd like to offer? Okay. Any questions or deliberation? It was deliberated upon previously. Mayor Grimo.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question. So in terms of the program areas related to social equity that cost money and need to be funded, so the job training component, for example, the technical assistance component, are those to be funded entirely out of the social equity fund, which is the next agenda item?
Thank you, Mr. President. As I previously explained, the social equity program is different from the social equity fund. So there is $50,000 in the marijuana regulations budget to support the social equity program. The social equity fund, which is the next agenda item, we would not know what amount will be in that fund because we do not know which applicants will choose to support the fund, because that's one option that they have. They may want to do something different. So the social equity fund is totally separate from the social equity program.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution approving the Pontiac Social Equity Program with adult use marijuana businesses.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford? Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 abstention.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at what was number 8. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the establishment?
Moved by Carrington.
Okay, of the City of Pontiac Social Equity Fund. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This is establishes the City of Pontiac Social Equity Fund as previously presented by the clerk and his team. Clerk Doyle, anything further you'd like to elaborate? Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Abstain.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 abstention.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 9 on the agenda. Clerk Doyle, can you refresh from my memory? We had postponed this from last week's council meeting. I can't recall if there was a motion and a second that we already had last week, because I don't want to take up a motion and a second if it already was. But with that, this is a resolution restructuring of current city employee defined contribution plans. We previously had a presentation last week, and it was initially read. We're just looking to confirm whether it was moved and seconded yet or if it needs one. And Attorney Gurley, is this the same iteration of a resolution from previous week, or has there been any change to the content of the resolution?
Mr. President, there was a move and support.
There was?
And then it was a separate motion to postpone.
Okay, very good.
It is the same resolution. Good evening, Council.
Okay, so it does not need a motion to substitute. It's the same text, same resolution as last week that was initially deliberated upon. Is there any, Mayor or administration, any further information you'd like relayed as we deliberate?
I don't think we have anything to add from last week. We do have our Human Resources Director, Melinda Durakovich, here if there are any questions on the part of council. I know she presented this item last week, but she's certainly available if there are any questions or concerns that she might address.
Anything further, Director, that you would like council to know as we deliberate?
No, nothing has changed. Everything is the same from last week when Kevin from Titan Wealth presented last week. There have been no changes since then.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? I do have a question. Councilman Rutherford.
You are the HR director, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm asking for a reason. Do you guys do updated books that you give out to employees about the rules and regulations that they have to abide to? And if you haven't, has there been an updated version?
From the employee handbook perspective?
Yes, in the employee's handbook.
Yes, we are working on that right now. It's in its final stages. We have been working with Clark Hill to go over it and to finalize it. We finally got that this week. We will be meeting with Clark Hill later on this week to go over the recommendations, and when that is finished, then we'll be able to hand it out to all of the employees, and they will attest to they have received it and read it. We're hoping to get that out to the employees by the end of this week or the beginning or Monday or Tuesday of next.
And then my follow-up question is, can I get a copy of that employee handbook, please, when you get it done?
If that is protocol, then sure.
Okay, thank you.
All of council is able to receive it at your convenience.
Then I'll give it to everyone on City Council.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion on the motion before us. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on the adoption of number 9, the resolution restructuring of current city employee defined contribution plans.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 10 on the agenda. Resolution authorizing notice of intent to pursue contract pursue contract negotiations and renewal with Oakland County Sheriff Department for 2-year public safety contract. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This is to notify and notice that we intend to pursue the negotiations. This is not the ultimate contract adoption, which will come before City Council at a later date. Is that a correct reflection, Attorney Gurley?
Yes, that is correct. As you may remember, City Council entered into an agreement with Oakland County Sheriff's Office back in January of 2022. That agreement is set to expire December 31st of this year, and we need to let the OCSCSO, Oakland County Sheriff's Office, know by July 31st whether we want to enter into a letter of intent. So before you tonight is seeking permission from council for me to be able to do that.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution authorizing that pursuit.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, who's requested?
Yes. Mr. Richard Bell, I don't see him in the audience. Ms. Veronica Taylor. Carlton Jones.
I want to talk a little bit tonight, and I have been studying the ARPA report that was given. And from what I can see here, the second highest amount, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, on that initial list was economic development. $7 million was proposed initially for economic development. The other highest one on there was the lost revenue of $10 million to go to the city. Took care of that right quick. But I'm just concerned. I've been talking about workforce development for over a year, more than that, but over a year to this administration about how important workforce development is. Now I see that it's only $500,000 been budgeted from the ARPA money for workforce development. Deputy Mayor, I think we need to revisit how much we put into workforce development, because that is the engine for trying to do economic development and affect our residents in our city. I just really believe it would take some time and understand how important workforce development is into this city to try to help us economically with our people. So to say that you're only going to budget $500 and all the other funds that I see going to other places, it just don't add up that you really have the pulse of what economic development can mean for our city. So I'm asking that you will reconsider and look at how you can maybe rebudget more for workforce development. I will help you in any way I can to better understand how it can affect and help our city. We are in the process of right now trying to work with some proposals that are out there on the floor that's dealing with the health part of people here, and that's the environmental concerns, clean energy, and green jobs. If the city got behind us trying to have our people ready for this opportunity, we would be a million miles ahead when we start talking about real economic development for our city and our residents, and that's what the ARPA dollars was meant to be. And I'm really concerned that council, you all need to speak up, that more funding from those ARPA dollars need to be put towards workforce development. It truly is the engine for economic development. You ask anybody, if you say you're going to do economic development in the city, you should tie it directly to developing the people in that area, and it means starting way ahead of time. Right now, the reason why we don't have our people engaged because we haven't developed them. So I'm just asking Mayor, Deputy Mayor, reconsider that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rosalind Norcross.
Rosalind Northcross, 168 Astwood Street, Pontiac. I wanted to speak about the upcoming renewal of the Sheriff's Department contract with the City of Pontiac. I hope that the City Council will in that contract provide for increased monitoring of traffic on Woodward. The traffic on Woodward and South Boulevard has greatly increased with the M1 traffic, with the UWM traffic. And with just the increase in business in Pontiac in general, people are always exceeding the 35 miles an hour posted traffic limits in Pontiac. For the longest, going north on Woodward, I always thought the traffic limit was 50 because I rarely see people going 35. And if you go 35, you almost get ran over. And so we really do need more monitoring of traffic on Woodward. And the same thing is happening on Franklin Road. Traffic is really increasing. People are ignoring stop lights, not just stop signs, but stop lights. And that's really making it hazardous for pedestrian traffic as well as vehicular traffic. And neighborhoods along Woodward south of Pontiac have all noticed the uptick in loud noises from cars. It's almost like since M1 has joined our neighborhood that everyone thinks that Woodward is the public M1. And so we really need an increased presence of the sheriff monitoring speed limits on Woodward to protect us. And I hope you will include that in their contract, or at least make provisions for them to improve traffic monitoring along Woodward, South Boulevard, and Franklin Road in their upcoming contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. Ms. Ann Fulton.
Hi, I'm Ann Fulton from 560 Highland. Ms. Norcross, she touched on some of my concerns as well. But I come to stand tonight to talk about the racing that's going on down the street from me at 12 midnight. I mean, they are doing wheelies and right there on Highland and Nebraska, California. Right. I mean, you can see the signs of them. And you can't open your windows if it's a cool night because all you're hearing is racing going up and down the roads. I know I have one of our members that stay on Franklin, and now that Franklin is fixed, they think that that's another racing area. South Boulevard is a racing area. It's like they have taken M1 and brung it into the neighborhoods, and we have children that live in the neighborhoods, and sometimes they don't wait till midnight. Sometimes up in the daytime, you're hearing them spinning around, doing donuts, and so before anybody gets hurt or before the news media have to come in and interview people and then they don't want to say anything, I think that the sheriff or whoever needs to address that and get a handle on that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. Mr. Robert Bass.
Thank you. Robert Bass, Assistant District Council President. I just want to say I have some issues that I wanted to bring up tonight, and I refuse to, because money can't buy what I had this evening and what I seen this evening. And you as a council and you as a mayor should have taken note, because that wasn't Robert Bass standing up here. This was our community. And if you look at most of them, you can tell pretty much the age grade that are carried in this room. I'm so proud of the Neighborhood Association, Mrs. Miller, District 6, Mr. Waterman. There's so many people that have been here tonight, Mrs. Patterson, that have a long history of doing for this community. That was Hart in here tonight. That wasn't Robert Bass. Everything you saw was the community's heart in doing what they felt was necessary to help move this city. So by treating them like they don't exist or like they're not special, it's hurtful to me because I'm territorial when it comes to the residents because I grew up with them. They all, several of them all are professionals. All of them are professionals. All of them had professions that they left their profession, their job, and came down here to say and voice their opinions. And they're still here. So I don't have any complaints tonight because I'm thrilled that the association, Mrs. McCall from Fairways, all of the groups that collaborate with us, they all showed up and showed out. The other districts, District 2, they're getting themselves up off the ground now. And other districts, District 7, they were in the house. District 5, 4, some of your people were here. So I'm just elated and I'm done. I'm a happy man tonight and can't nothing touch what I saw this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Ms. Benjamin Davis.
Yes, just want to speak on, even though I don't come in this office a lot, I'm blessed that y'all have the cable department that now that all your meetings, pretty much all of them are on YouTube that I can watch at my convenience when I'm working on my mail route. I can watch y'all or listen, at least listen to. So when people came down here and complained about the charter committee, I'm like, I literally watched hours and hours and hours of them negotiating, going over it, and then they had to send it to the state, and the state had to look over all the stuff they came up with, and yay or nay, did it go along with the Constitution of Michigan? And they said yes. They had to tweak a couple things with their lawyer, and then they gave it to us. So when people say we don't know what's on it, literally, it used to be you had to watch cable and had to have Comcast, and I got a problem with that. Why we only got one cable thing? Why can't we have I see a commercial for WOW with better deals. So if we had more competition, we'd have better, we could afford, everybody could afford to have public access off of Comcast. But because of the YouTube channel of the City of Pontiac, all your meetings are on there so people can watch them, hear everything that's going on in all the meetings. I saw all the development, what was going on with the gas station, via YouTube for free. So I'm simply saying, everybody, even if the people aren't here or physically able to be here, all the meetings pretty much are on YouTube. And with that, I was proud of the people who come together for all the different meetings, for the planning, for the zoning, like I said, and for the charter. So when people said, we don't know what's in the charter, literally, you can go back through all the meetings and listen to all the debating, all the things they went over. They stated after it came to us that Kermit and the president just railroaded. No, some of the meetings they couldn't make because it was so many meetings, so many hours. So all the people who were on that commission, they went through that, and they really put their heart in it because they love the City of Pontiac. So all I'm saying is vote. Come out, vote what you feel.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Brent Reynolds.
Good evening, and thank you again. I'll try to be brief. I wanted to speak on two things. One thing that I'm very excited about is the vacation of the seat for District 2. This is one of the biggest and the most, really phenomenal opportunities for us to make some real change in the city, to not have just a tiebreaker brought in occasionally for a vote, but to actually have somebody with commitment, somebody with vision, and somebody with 5 decades, let's say. She'll probably be angry at me for even mentioning 5 decades. But I'd like to just to put forth a name, which is Megan Tramsky. Hundreds of people voted for Ms. Tramsky. Hundreds of people have missed her. Many people turn to her page daily for up-to-date information on the city. She has vision, she has drive, she has grit, and she is a Pontiac resident of too many years for me to mention, but of Webster School, of Washington School, and of Pontiac Central High School, where I met her in 1979. So I just want to put that forward with great passion. The other thing is the charter. I just have one thing to say. 6 is never more than 7. We have 7 districts in the city of Pontiac. I don't understand how anybody can say that 6 is greater than 7. Having an ad hoc or at-large person is not the same as having your own council person. And I want to leave it at that note. My mother requires me to head home at 9 p.m., and it's 3 minutes till, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Ms. Sonia May.
Hello, Sonia Mae, 456 Alton Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan. I'm here today because I went to the equalization office. We received a transfer penalty on our property taxes. The problem that I had when I was down there speaking to them, because the penalty just came this year. Last year we paid the taxes, and I asked what was the penalty for, and they said because we filed it over the 45-day grace period. So for one, we didn't, they were filed, the papers were notarized, the deed was notarized June 23rd. My mom passed July 1st. So we didn't find those documents until about 20 days later. So when we did find those documents, we went and, filed everything. So this year they said that we had a transfer penalty of $580. So when I spoke with Michael Furry at the equalization place, he told me to come to City Hall, to the council meeting, to ask what can be done about it, if we can get it forgiven or whatever. So that's what I'm here for. I don't know what else to do, but I really don't want to pay a penalty of $580. If I have to pay it, we have to pay it. But like I said, my mom passed July 1st. The documents were notarized June 23rd. We had no idea my mom had filed, put these documents and had them notarized until we found them about 20 days later. So that's why I'm here. So if I can ask you all what to do, what should I do? So the man from the equalization place told me to come here. But another thing that I want to do, I want to publicly thank you all for honoring and naming my mother's street name after her, Lily B. Alexander. And publicly, I just want to say thank you guys to all of the city council. I told Tim thank you and Melanie thank you, but since I'm here in front of you all, oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, and one more thing. But the sign, it keeps falling. So we keep calling them at DPW, and we're not getting any results. So we have the sign in the garage. We need that one put back up. So could you please help me and let me know what else it is that I'm supposed to do? Because I would really like for this penalty to be waived.
It does require an act of city council so the county was accurate in directing you to city council, but we'll have city council staff follow up with you for your formal request.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Because I feel pretty passionate about the ARPA funding that was brought here with great effort by the city, I am going to continue to on that messaging that I had started during the agenda address, and that is because I see that the ARPA funding, the people that it was meant to serve most, the citizens of Pontiac and the small businesses, are the ones that are being swindled. Okay, and each time these things come before you, the administration proposes this, including this thing that you're supposed to roll out today about small businesses, is a contradiction of what the small businesses have been told they were going to have all this time. So yesterday, when Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford was there, said she didn't know that these things had been promised and set out in paper. I'm going to tell you some of those things, and none of them had been fulfilled. And she said now that she knew, okay, maybe that the council should react, because what I'm asking you to do is not to let this go forward and be complicit in this harm to our citizens and to our small businesses, all right, who rightfully should be getting a lot of this money. And instead of their getting more, it's all these other outside agencies and all these consultants who are getting more and more of the money that should be for neighborhood rebuilding. And that's what I fought for it for, you know. We went from $5.8 million to $37.7 million, and I know that a lot of residents should be eligible for this money to help with repairs on their homes. We talk about all the people who get these violations. A lot of them could use that money, and I think that is a travesty for the numbers to be cut down in order to give that money out to other kinds of agencies. So I'm asking you, Council, to say you don't know. I mean, if you don't care, that's one thing, but I hope you do. Now, the other thing that was promised that didn't happen was they had this technical assistance program. And as I said, people had been accepted and waiting for it because the technical assistance was supposed to give the small business who are struggling, and what we want to do is to help businesses in this community, to build them. And none of that's been done. All right, that's all just been, they don't know what's supposed to be happening with that. The other thing, and I think Brian Killian was the one who brought this up yesterday, they're requiring the businesses to have personal businesses of 620. Now, a lot of people say, hey, look, we were struggling. The reason we want to get this money is because our businesses were hurt during COVID-19. So now you're putting more requirements on us than you did for any of the other COVID-19 money. And there was other COVID-19 money that went to businesses that did not have these restrictions, and ARPA doesn't require the restrictions. It's only the administration that's artificially putting this on. Council, don't let this go. All right. It does.
Marcus Bowman. Can't go to the hallway to get anybody.
I have two very important points tonight. Several people have come to me recently. We have a terrible issue. Somebody's going to be killed on Walton, going just west of Perry. We have 5 driveways that are exits for apartments, condos, grocery store, all of the stuff that's right there, plus the corner. And we need light. There needs to be another light that will separate some of those driveways. People trying to cross, I know they're trying to cross where they're not supposed to, but the point is they do. And just trying to get out of our driveways is worth our life most of the time. It's a very big issue, and people are coming to me and saying, who do we talk to? And I say, go see Pastor Parker. He's your councilman. But it needs to be looked at. Somebody's going to be killed there. It's really bad. And the other thing I want to bring up tonight, and I'm, as the president of the District 5 group right now, I want to appeal to District 5. Vote. I hear people all the time who live in our district say, I'm just a renter. My vote doesn't matter. You pay your taxes there. Your vote matters. Or doesn't matter because I'm the wrong color, and I hear that a lot. Your vote matters. It doesn't matter if you're pink with purple polka dots. If you're a registered voter, and if you're not, you should be, you need to vote. The only time we have our say that really, really counts is that election time. All year long you complain. For 4 years you complain. Did you vote? Well, no, my vote doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Your vote is as important as anybody else's vote in this country. The only time it doesn't matter is if you don't do it. So I'm appealing to District 5 people, get out and vote this time. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. DeAndre Gavin.
Keep going, DeAndre.
Okay. Darlene Clark.
Well, I think I talked more than I really wanted to talk tonight, but that's good too. So last week I came to you guys and I told you about Sean Scottman, a young man who came into the area on District 1, and he actually cleaned up a city lot or a county lot so the kids can walk down the street. Well, yesterday he put that work that he done, he put it on YouTube. And what he put it down, this is what happens when the area is forgotten. And what he's saying is there's so many of our streets and so many of the lots that these investors own. But I'm going to tell you, it's not just the investors. It's the city property, it's the county property that's being forgotten and overgrown. Mr. Stockman took all day once again to clean those areas up. But you know, we had some contracts pulled, and the contracts and cutting grass that the city have, you guys do have contracts that says we're going to cut the grass. And that's exactly that the people that you hire is just cutting grass. They're not edging the grass because it's not in the contract. They're not cutting the debris around the fence and the weeds and all that because it's not in the contract. They're not paid to pick up the extras and do the little more to make the area look a little more safe for the kids, or even straighten off the sidewalk because the grass is not on the sidewalk, but the overgrown trees and weeds are on the sidewalk. But in their contracts, it's not there. So the council, the people are under the impression that, wow, it's the investors' fault. No, it's the council and the administration's fault for designing the contract just to do bare minimum of what needs to be done to make our kids safe. If you are concerned about our little brown kids and our black kids, and I'm not directing to you, to Mr. Goodman, because you are concerned. I'm directing this to the whole council. If you're concerned about the kids, period, get off that bus walking in the street, redo those contracts. Now, we are on YouTube as the forgotten city. That's what make investors come in to soup up the land and the property because they don't have to do no more than what you're doing. Mr. Griman wants you to think that I want Jack McIntyre to be fired because it's you who have him there. I want him to be fired because again, the overgrown trees on these empty lots that's owned by the property that every day thousands of people come into the city on Perry, Walton, Franklin, all over our city, they see this and they blame the residents for not taking care of it. But I'm telling the residents, don't blame them, blame county and the city.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller. And then Chuck Johnson, and then Gil Garrett.
I want to hit on 3 items before I finish this evening. I'm going to start with the voting. I normally don't tell people how to vote. The people are discouraged with the voting because when they vote for him, they go out there and they lie to him, and then they come and they do different things, so the people get discouraged. That's what the voting is all about. That's all over the world. They're not getting what they bargained for. But it's democracy. It's the way it works, guys. You got to keep voting. You got to keep voting till you get it right. Got to keep voting. Also, I want to mention the grass, Councilman Carrington. I know you take care of your district. You are a person. You did your district when you wasn't a council person. I'll say that. I know because you work with me out there many times. That bank on Joslyn, could you get them to cut their grass again? I don't know what's wrong with the bank. Okay. Now, I also want to mention, I want to talk, a lot of people call me about GERS. I want to talk about GERS. Now, when I tell you this, people out in the TV land, I come down to these meetings, but what you don't know is I go to a lot of other meetings, too, through the week. See, I ain't got nothing to do, but go to the meeting and see what they do. So I want to say this. Now, Claudia Fuller came down here about maybe 3 weeks ago. You guys out there in TV land know her. She's an old colleague of ours. And she basically, no, she did. She called the mayor out and said, look, it hasn't been on me. We submitted the documentation to him 3 weeks prior to that and waiting on him. To this day, as of today, he still haven't done anything. Now, let me give you my theory of what's going on, and because I know what's going on. First of all, he doesn't have to wait for the actual study because Claudia said he didn't. He can still go ahead, go to the court, because that's going to take a lot of time. And I got up this morning, you know, and God always touched me. He always tell me what I need to say and when I need to say it. And he said to me, you know what? You got to say something, because there's some people died today that won't get that money if he had appropriated just 4 or 3 months ago. People dying every single day. I said this to say to you, what he's doing is, I don't play politics. I just do people. I'm not a politician. Never will be. Don't want to be a politician. But I'm an elected person, and I carry myself with so. With saying that, what he want to do is he wants to drag this out because he don't want you to have it. And first of all, maybe one of the council explained this to me before I leave. Why in the resolution, I seen in the resolution, all the GERS members, look at the resolution. Where did re-GERS come from? When did we get a board called re-GERS? It's in the resolution. So, and then the case was dismissed without prejudice, everybody out there. That means that he can always bring it back. It's never settled. All I'm saying to you is that look at facts, read that resolution, read how the case was dismissed without prejudice. And all I'm saying to you is that wait till next year.
That does conclude your time.
Get ready to vote him out.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Chuck Johnson, and then Gil Garrett on deck.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kind of put out, Council Chair, because of the fact that when they had the public comment period for the Franklin Road project, the petitioner stood at this wall back here, very arrogant and intimidating as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if anybody in the audience or on TV camera noticed it, but I didn't like that. And I think it was your job to have them petitioner to have a seat, because a lot of those folks who said no had to walk past him or in front of him or whatever. And that intimidated look that he had, and he's a very arrogant individual. I know him. And I'm glad that his proposal died. Second of all, I go along with what Carlton said as it relates to this trash thing. I said it from day one that it was going to fall through the cracks. I was up in Flint for a whole month wrecking houses just in the last couple of months. And I watched Priority, and I watched their actions in Flint. And Flint's having the same problem. And what Carlton said tonight as it relates to the trash cans and the other comments that he made, we're left with the dirt. We're left with the ugliness. In other communities, don't have to have that kind of a look. Why in Pontiac? Why don't you say something, do something? It's important to the folk here in Pontiac. I lose my train of thought when I get a little bit upset when I'm up here. There was another comment I wanted to make, but I guess for the sake of time, I'll try and save it. But there's a lot of things that's going on in this city that that's just not right. And you council folk up there, as far as I'm concerned, you're doing your job, but you're not doing it good enough. You're not putting any teeth into your actions. You speak the actions, but you're not taking that bite you need to take. The administration is not doing what they should do. Another thing as it relates to the administration, and this guy on Franklin Road, he said he had $2 million in his coffer to spend to do with this project. Tell him to spend those $2 million so that he can get our code enforcement off of his back, because if our code enforcement go down there, they would condemn his property because he's not in, Mayor, he's not in code. Not at all. He paved that roadway. He's not allowed to do that. He paved the alleyway. That's not allowed to do that. He didn't come to the city with any, for any legal questions or whatever. He needs to be checked by our code enforcement and our right-of-way department. I don't like the man. I'll tell you straight up, I don't like him. I don't like him standing here at this wall, and I think you should have had him to sit down. Thank you very much.
To your question, you might not have been able to see it from home, but the room was full. There weren't any chairs available. We brought in more.
He got up out of the seat.
Order in the chambers. I'm just trying to be.
He got up out of that seat. I know where he's sitting at.
Mr. Gilgear, and then Marcus Bowman is the last person.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, Deputy Mayor, those who are watching at home. I wanted to come down as a resident because sometimes people confuse working and servicing people is something that you have to do. And they take the humanity out of when you say, I want to be a public servant. Now, not all. I've been in this community since I was 20 years old. I am now in October going to receive a pension from this community. I worked as a Pontiac law enforcement officer for 13 years before decisions were made out of my control to lay me off for a year and a half, bring me back on a grant, lay us off again, not knowing if I can continue my career. Fortunate enough, my father and my grandfather made provisions for us in the construction industry that we didn't necessarily have to rely on a paycheck, if you will. Then the county came in, and that opportunity was a very blessed opportunity because I got to see an exchange happen. And I'm going to continue my history lesson in Pontiac as it relates to how I became an elected official was because I saw a problem, I saw a need, and I wanted to fulfill the need. I was raised by very powerful, strong men and women. I am not passive aggressive. My yeses are yeses and my no's and no are no's, and if I am wrong and I've wronged you, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to say I'm sorry. Even if I don't feel, even if I don't know, but I know it made you feel a certain kind of way. Over the last 3.5 years, I've listened to previous elected officials come to this podium and degrade you because it's what one of my previous mentors would say is silly season. I supported Tim Grimal. I supported each one of you standing there. I support Brett Nichols. I still do to this day. I don't have to keep talking back and forth to you to make a point.
That does conclude your time.
But God bless you. Trust the process, and I'll see you next week.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Marcus Bowman.
How y'all doing tonight? Man, it's been a long night and a long week, couple weeks. But I am here on a lighter note, and I'm here to talk about our event, which is not our event, but an event that we are co-sponsoring at the church on 124 West Columbia, where we're doing the summer hangout. So summer hangout on Friday will be pretty much canceled, so we can do Church in the Park event, which is a free event, which offers a lot of community resources, gift cards, new toys, food, family activities, music, clothes, and a lot more. We're gonna have Blue Cross Blue Shield or Blue Cross Complete, Meet Up, Eat Up, Oakland County Parks, Meyer Stores. So they're gonna be giving out a lot of stuff. So if you could tell family and friends and tell everybody in the community to come check this out, that would be a beautiful thing. Secondly, in good order and good taste, I just want to kind of piggyback off of what Trustee Garrett has said when it came to tearing people down. We definitely are in silly season, and I've been blessed and fortunate enough to be able to be part of this program and seeing the innocence of our community with these children, and it's priceless to me. And I just got off a phone call with somebody today who was threatening to take their life, and I had to talk them off the ledge, a good friend of mine. It hurt me, but it made me realize that one bad day can cause a sane man to go to lunacy. So the bickering and arguing around here, we kind of need to stop it. You know, it's a lot of he say, she say, lying, and I think we need to kind of be mature adults and take politics out of a lot of this and understand that we all family, you know. I may not have been grown up in Pontiac, just like my brother Gil. He didn't grow up in Pontiac. But I've been out here since I was 20. He has too. You know what I consider myself? Whether you want to call me a stepson, a cousin, distant cousin, Pontiac my home. It's my family. And everything that I'm doing, I'm passionate about. There's a few people I want to shout out in that same token because they helped inspire my passion. First, Kermit Williams, Lori Bishop, Don Hanna, Gil Garrett, Kathy Lee James, William Carrington, and last but not least, my district council person, Melanie Rutherford, for inspiring me in a way to understand that politics, that's always going to be there. But sometimes when you do something bigger than yourself, you can make a huge impression on more people than you ever thought you could. So I'm saying all that to say this. Let's take the politics out of it. Let's support each other. Let's try it just for once. You know, Melanie, I got to give her credit because she don't have to like me. And anybody that don't know, we ran against each other. And from optics, from the outside, people look at us like we argue back and forth. But when she said something to me, she said, give me a chance. And I gave her a chance. And she's shown to prove on her word. And just like everybody else, I just hope that y'all understand that some people in this community is in it to win it for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Ms. McGinnis concludes public comment.
Okay, we are at discussions. Number 11 on the agenda, City Council District 2 vacancy appointment applications open. This is just a reminder that the applications are now live. If you are a registered voter and live in District 2 and want to be considered for the appointment, it would be for the balance of this current council term, so the end of December 2025. The state law says that this body has 30 days to appoint a new council person. So the deadline for the applications is August 5th, so that's this next Monday at 5 p.m. There are hard copy applications at the city council offices, or there is an electronic version that you can receive online, either on the website or it can be sent to you. So if you have any questions or need clarifications, you can reach out to city council office. There's a post on the city's Facebook page that has the link to the application and more information. But the seat is now vacant. Councilman Brett Nicholson's tenure has concluded. Earlier this evening, we passed a resolution acknowledging his service, for it is a great sacrifice to put in time to serve your neighbors, and we acknowledge that sacrifice for him in the time that he was able to. And any further discussion on the District 2 vacancy? So, Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to say, whoever applies, apply with your heart, and I'm going to tell you why I say this. I used to live on Argyle, which is off the cusp of where District 2 is. And oftentimes people forget the other side of District 2. They forget Mark Street and Thorpe and Liberty and Johnson. And I just want whoever applies to remember those people on that side who Brett Nicholson went above and beyond to be inclusive when they previously didn't feel inclusive or had or heard or misrepresented, because that's what I'm looking for the council people, to represent the whole District 2 and not just Seminole Hills. That's it.
Further discussion on the District 2 vacancy? So that application is available and live now. Again, please submit your application by August 5th at 5 p.m. Then a subcommittee of the City Council will conduct interviews with those applicants, and finalists will come before the full council for consideration well in advance of that 30-day window before that concludes. So that means this decision will be made before the month of August is up, well in advance of that. Any further discussion on this topic? All right. We are now at number 12. Oh, and side note, I've sent out correspondence to every household in District 2. So that way they know that information, that they have council leadership's contact information. So that way you are able to have your constituent needs fulfilled. You can have access to City Council, informing them and acknowledging Councilman Nicholson's strong service, and also letting them know about the application deadline where they can apply. So that's to 3,400 homes. All the residents in District 2. We wanted to be proactive as possible, in addition to these announcements each week, the social media posts, and spreading the word of mouth. Unfortunately, District 2, they have their monthly meetings, but they go on a pause for the summer months. So otherwise, I would have been there and delivered that message to them as well. But hopefully that you can help, even if you don't live in District 2, you can help spread that word to those residents so they have that opportunity if they so choose. Hearing nothing further, we're moving to the next discussion item, number 12. American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, development and placemaking, workforce development, child care proposals. That application is now live, where community members can submit proposals. Want to give the mayor the floor if you'd like to take it. Just to emphasize that window, if you need me to look up the date, I can, but Mayor Grimo.
Well, we do really want to encourage those who are interested to apply. There are 3 categories under the current notice of funding opportunity that one can find on the city's website. One is workforce development. $500,000 is available there for one or more recipients, so we welcome applications for those funds. We also have $300,000 available in the current notice of funding opportunity for arts and culture. And then we have another $500,000 available in the current notice of funding opportunity for placemaking. And so we do encourage people to go online and to apply for those. That will be available for applications until September 16th. And so we encourage people to go online if you're interested in applying for those funding opportunities. What was the third one? Placemaking.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
I would like to ask you a couple questions. Not to can you explain what placemaking is and the reason why? That's my first question. I want people to know what it is. Number 2, can you define what workforce development is? Because I'm asking this because I'm hoping that when they do apply, they actually have to have data and success and not just I do workforce development. So can you elaborate on that, or can you put it up online or whatever so people can know what you guys are looking for in that regard?
Yeah, in the context of placemaking, and we do have an expert here who, so I invite you to correct me if I'm wrong, but the placemaking idea is really about creating a sense of community, investing in this context in particular in brick and mortar or concrete development, so some sort of actual material enhancements in the community that enhance the quality of life for the community. So that writ large is about placemaking. There are additional funds that are currently budgeted for placemaking that are not part of this notice of funding opportunity. And so that may include some other potentially city government enhancements to public space making. That also, we didn't allocate that, at least not yet, as part of this notice of funding opportunity, because we've talked about maybe using some of those funds for things like gateway signage to the city, for example, which is one form of placemaking. We also, though, want to include some flexibility in the future use of those funds because, and this goes to what a member of the community asked about, we want to provide some flexibility to those funds so that if we want to allocate more of those funds to the Youth Recreation Center or to the home improvement program, we have some flexibility. We're going to be making a decision in just the next several weeks about which scenario for the Youth Recreation Center to go with. And I'm starting maybe to bleed into the item 14, which talks about the demolition of the McCarroll School. But I know there was a question asked about the cost of the Youth Recreation Center. We have asked the design team to come up with at least 3 different scenarios that include different amenities with different price tags. So it's in the next several weeks that we will be making a decision collaboratively with City Council in a public venue about which of those scenarios to go with, what the price tag is, and how we will fund it. I know there was a question asked about the Martin Luther King Bridge in that context. The Martin Luther King Bridge has enough funding. That's not what we're waiting on. We're waiting on the engineering firm to go about the design and engineering process. We hired an engineering firm. We're waiting for them to do that. There's already sufficient funding for the Martin Luther King Bridge from the state and federal government. And the second question was about workforce development. Workforce development, we're not looking for necessarily a brick and mortar component there like we are for placemaking, but we are looking for people who have a demonstrated track record of success when it comes to investing in workforce development, which is really about job training and job placement. And as part of that, potentially reducing barriers that stand in the way of people accessing workforce development. Those barriers might include transportation, they might include childcare, they might include other things that are preventing people from accessing important workforce development opportunities. And I can tell from her standing at the podium that our economic development manager may have some clarity or correction to make. So please.
I just wanted to say that the definitions for each of the categories are in the application. So it is spelled out in the application what each of those categories is looking for. That's all. Mayor, you did an excellent job.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
I understand that, but I want to ask that because I just want it to be laid out that people have a proven track record.
Understood.
I received a disturbing email today, which I won't read it just to save your time. And I believe in facts and figures, so I just want to see factual. Like whoever y'all bring before us, y'all have vetted. Y'all have been of sound mind, and it is I want to see the people who I know who barely have any fine. I'm sorry, I'll wait. They're talking, but like I said, I want to make sure and ensure that whoever you guys select have a proven track record, because there's people who don't have job skills and have never been trained correctly, and there have been programs in the past that were supposed to do that, and they haven't done it. And so that's why I'm asking for it to be very deliberately wrote out, because I believe in seeing facts. That's all.
Okay. Can just briefly, there will be evaluation criteria in a matrix and significant data and evidence of whatever it is, if it's placemaking or workforce development, there are evaluation criteria in a matrix and a rubric for each of those categories.
Thank you.
Further and final discussion on the American Rescue Plan Act proposal applications open. All right. Number 13, Pontiac Small Business Support Grant applications open. So there have been 2 information sessions. There is an application now live. Want to give the floor to the mayor to at least put the deadline out there, but City Council has really grave concerns based upon the application information sessions rolled out so far. Mayor Grammel.
Yeah, I want to turn it over to our economic development manager to get into additional details. But the goal here is to make sure, with the grant program in particular, the Pontiac residents who own businesses in Pontiac can get grant dollars. We have a loan program as well that is for businesses owned by non-residents, but the grant program is specifically for Pontiac businesses owned by Pontiac residents. We really wanted to prioritize Pontiac residents. And we're currently considering some of the elements here because we don't want to put up unnecessary obstacles to Pontiac residents accessing these funds for their businesses. So for example, the credit score component. We're currently considering whether that ought to be modified. However, I will just add that we also want to make sure that we're supporting business endeavors that have a realistic chance of success. And so that's the balance. We want to make sure that we're getting money in the hands of businesses owned by Pontiac residents, but we also want to make sure that the businesses we're supporting are not just going to fold within several months. We want to make sure that they have a real likelihood or at least decent, plausible path to success and long-term viability. So there's a balance there, because we don't want to be overly restrictive, but we also don't want to just give money to those who don't have a path to success. And with that, I'll turn it over to Manager Younger.
Sure. When we looked at the small business grant program, we didn't just do it in a vacuum. I met several times with the director, Andrew Luco, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, who's the director of Motor City Match. Motor City Match has been in existence several years. He shared with me best practices, things that worked, mistakes that he had made in the beginning of it. And let me just say this is, heralded as Motor City Matches, their success rate is about 40%. So, and that's with using some evaluation, some credit analysis. Now, we can certainly talk about what that can be, but I do think that there has to be some evaluation criteria, because again, while we want to help businesses, we also want to ensure that they get there's a likelihood of success. And again, we know that the percentage of small businesses that fail is numerous. We get that. And so we're not saying that this has to be a foolproof business, because if it was, they wouldn't be eligible for our grant program. This funding is but for this, your business can't go forward. If you're fundable at a bank, we're not interested in that. This is a business that just needs a little bit to get across the hump. That's what we're looking at. So, yes, there's a balance. Yes, I conferred with Saginaw, Flint, Motor City, and got best practices. All of them now have moved to some kind of credit evaluation. And so this is where it came from. I didn't do this in a vacuum and said, oh my God, I don't want to get this money out. There's nothing more than I want to do than support small businesses in Pontiac. But I also want to be a good steward of public resources. And so that is the balance that we try to strike when we look at this. Again, I'm open to looking at the criteria again. That's what public input is about. But I do want to let you know that I really did, and our team, talk to other cities, other communities that have been doing similar programs.
So there's a small business technical assistance program, small business grant program, and then a small business loan program.
Correct.
The mayor has invoked the name of the small business loan program. Does a small business loan program currently exist?
I am in negotiations with a bank who
So there is
now,
no loan program
not
right
yet.
now. That's an idea.
Yeah. Well, it's very close, but until it's signed.
It's a concept.
Yeah,
It's
until it's
conceptual.
signed, it's not a deal.
So you've got technical assistance and loan.
And grants.
Excuse me, grants. What's the deadline for the grant application period?
The grant application is September 1st or August 31st.
Okay, so August 31st is the grant application. And Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee hasn't seen yet what the meat of it is. So that'll be a primary topic of our first meeting Monday morning, next Monday morning. But the technical assistance, it was laid out as this three-pronged approach because folks need the technical support to be even prepared to do the grant, to be eligible for the grant. How many businesses have been in the technical assistance program?
None other than evaluation. All of them have had assessments and are getting ready to be assigned technical assistance contractors.
When did the technical assistance program go live, the application?
January 10th.
Okay, and there were informational sessions around that time, right?
Correct.
So how many evaluations? Is it all who were eligible or all who were?
Everybody except if they were a nonprofit or not a business. There was 123 or 5, I can't remember now, 123 or 125. There have also been boot camps and workshops about getting ready, financial literacy, business plans, all of that. Those businesses, the contracts, it's my understanding, are being signed this week, And we've laid out who will be assigned to which provider, and they should go live in the next week or so.
Okay, so there's 125 that applied for technical assistance, technical support, probably in part because they wanted to be viable and eligible. They wanted to be in the mix for the grant program. And that was how you laid it out, how the administration's vision was got to get that technical support, then we can roll into the grant land. So the 125-ish wanted in. And they checked boxes to say, I need help with a patent lawyer, I need help with a website, or I need help with, right? That was
correct.
So I'm getting feedback from people that they've gotten a call from one of those boxes that they haven't ever gotten clarity on what they were approved for technical support. So in addition to that sort of being that kind of slow grind in purgatory, it was not well communicated or interfaced with, are they or aren't they? Are they partially or are they fully? And so it gets to the issue of, okay, technical assistance that's kind of murky and has not concluded in a satisfactory way.
Correct.
So now grant applications are live for the small business support grant. The deadline to apply is set end of August, August 31st. When's the administration's vision to sort of expend?
We would hope to have the review process through September with the review committee and make awards. To get back to your question on technical assistance, almost everything that you asked for, we intend to do up to the amount of resources we have. Most businesses will be eligible from between 10 and 20 hours of technical assistance. To give you an example, and this is not to down them, but like Oakland Thrive does 2 hours. So we plan between 10 and 20. If you don't get it, what you've asked for, it will be because right now we don't have a provider for it. We went back out just recently we didn't get, for instance, architectural and design. We did not get videography and photography, which several businesses requested. There were 5 categories that we got no providers for. So right now, everything that you requested, except those 5 things, and we just got those applications back in to provide those services, but we intend to pretty much give you everything that you asked for. And in some instances, once we did the assessments, we found out that they asked for this, but before they can get this, they need this. So you will most likely get what you applied for.
And who's the we that's doing this, Manager Younger? Who's running this program?
Okay. The assessments are being done by QT Solutions, which is a...
No, but is it your job to manage this whole kit and caboodle?
Yes.
Are you morally opposed to having an assistant manager?
Absolutely not.
Is the mayor of Pontiac morally opposed to filling the budgeted position, which has now been in existence for 15 months, for an assistant manager for economic development? Is there something that I don't know underneath the surface?
Not at all. In fact, we've actively encouraged the filling of that position.
It's a lot of moving parts, and I'm not trying to throw shade on you, but based on what community members and council members contacted me last night, they want to chop the whole thing because of how disastrous last night's information session was. And I'm not trying to be cruel because you missed a flight, because that's not on you. That's,
right.
The fates of travel screwing you over. But the way in which community members that were hoping to be eligible, waiting years at this point, you mentioned that bridge, just get over it. That bridge feels all the more far out and all the more shaky. I don't want to keep monopolizing the conversation, but I know we are very curious to know what's the methodology or thought behind what's the point of having a credit score requirement, eligibility requirement, because a lot of folks, if they're still in a business, if they made it through COVID and they made it through crazy times, recession and inflation, their credit score may be shot because they were maxing themselves out to make that bridge that, of course, we didn't know was coming. Now we have this bridge here. But can you share what's the point or what's the thought process behind the credit score?
The thought process was If you have a bankruptcy, for instance, and you clear your bankruptcy out, you typically have a credit score of 550. That's where you start if you're starting over. Now, there are people who have less than a 550, but let's just say you were a business or a personal individual and your credit score, you declare bankruptcy. In conferring with other communities, other cities, a lot of them had set it much higher. Typically, they were looking for 650. That's what you need to get an FHA loan. 620 is the minimum credit score you need to buy a car. So the rationale being is if you cannot demonstrate that level of financial acuity, then maybe this isn't for you. Now, I'm open to the discussion after community feedback about should there be a credit score, and I think some people are confusing when they say, well, grants don't have credit requirements. Those are grants for programmatic activities, i.e., you're doing an after-school program and you're feeding kids and you're providing counseling, those type of things. If you're doing a business, a grant to a business, there does have to be some determination of the level of potential success and solvency going forward. Now, we can debate what that score should be, or should there be a score? And I'm open to that because there are other ways to look at the financial measures of a business. But that was the thinking that went behind it. And again, this wasn't done in a vacuum.
Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, so I just want to state a couple things before I ask the question, because I'm not going to be combative. I'm just going to be factual. When Motor City did their program, and that's what y'all basically use as a template, correct?
Correct.
How many businesses closed within 6 months because they eliminated the credit score?
I don't have the exact number, but that's why they started doing a credit score.
60%.
Okay.
There's a reason why I'm asking this. So, whereas we have to get into the habit of holding, if we say that we want businesses to be successful, we have to have some form of credit. When I got my house, I had to have a 645. There has to be some validity, because otherwise we're just giving money away, and we won't see a return as a statement. But this is why I have a question. I was there yesterday, and my biggest concern was not only how the information was given, but the misinformation. Earlier, an individual tried to appear as if I was against it. I'm not. I'm against the misinformation and the dysfunction that's coming from both sides, because you have angry people who thought they were a shoo-in that have gotten no technical assistance, and then y'all have no loan at all, because I asked, because I was told a lie, because that's what it was, that y'all had a bank, and y'all don't have a bank. And I know you don't have a bank because I asked Andy Miser, and I call people. When y'all say y'all got a relationship, because I don't believe most things people say unless I see it for myself. I'm saying all that to say, what is the plan now? Because I am one of the ones who feels that this program is so bad, not because of you, but because you have not received the support from the people who are over you to do this the way you want to do it. And it seems as though the legal side of it, it takes forever to get stuff done. So I'm trying to understand, where is the problem with the contracts being given out, why it takes so long for that to happen. And you can either answer or you can pass it to the administration, because I know the answer. I just want to see if they're going to tell me the truth. Why it's taking so long for these contracts to get done? Why it's taking so long for us to find the people you guys originally had, who originally agreed, who now can't do it because of the way the new contract was wrote? That means the people that's helping with
technical assistance.
What did you say again?
Technical assistance.
The technical assistance. And what's y'all plan? Those are my questions.
Okay.
So you can yield it to him, or y'all can answer it factually.
Plan. We are open to the comment and feedback. Second thing is I'm going to conduct a workshop, not an informational, an actual workshop. I'm going to bring in the financial advisors that we use. I'm going to bring in current business owners in the city of Pontiac who are successful, and sit down with all 125 businesses that ask for technical assistance, and in fact, do a roundtable. This won't be me talking to them. This will be an exchange. It'll be other people talking about their businesses, the current steps. It'll be experts doing that. So I'm going to do that in the next 2 weeks so that we can get some of this misinformation cleared up. With regard to technical assistance, I hope the contracts get let this week. And with regard, I have never told you we had a bank, because we never have. We never have. I'm close in negotiations with the credit union, in fact, because the banks have walked away from the concept because of their regulatory requirements and other things. But a credit union is more likely because they have a little more flexibility. And so that's who I'm in negotiations with, is a local credit union to manage the loans.
So I guess I need to ask the administration, what is taking the timeline for these contracts where people who are originally, and this isn't an attack against you, this is what happened, who originally thought they were doing technical support have now negated to where she got to go put the what is it called, the RFP back out. Can someone answer that question for me? Why is this taking so long?
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, do you receive the yield?
I received the yield. So there are two different issues in your question. The first issue, Manager Younger actually addressed, and it was when you said, why does it have to go back out? We did not receive responses to some of the categories. So that's why she had to go back out for some categories. I can't remember exactly which ones it are. So for example, I will say photography, right? So some people said that they needed photography services, and we did not receive a response on photography services. So that's why that's back out. The second answer to your question, I don't have a full answer. I can say that I do know that there has been a lot of back and forth between the legal department and between the purchasing department about the actual verbiage in the contracts, but exactly what that holdup is, I don't know.
Okay. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President. Again, just a few questions concerning technical assistance. So this technical assistance, is it related to filling out the application for the grant?
Not necessarily. Very few, I won't say very few, probably less, about 20 to 30 businesses wanted financial technical assistance. We got a lot of requests for other things, legal, architect and design, videography, website, marketing. So there are some who did ask for financial assistance, not necessarily just for the grant, but in general, that they needed financial assistance, helping set up their books, getting their finances going, their personnel, their payroll, that type of thing. But yes, there are some that would need help to prepare for the grant, but the majority covered a wide, vast, surprisingly, we had more financial assistance type of providers reply than other things, and we found that we needed other things because the businesses requested a lot more than we anticipated.
Okay, thank you for that. Also concerning credit score, I thank you for your work, and I thank you for taking the best practices, and I can acknowledge that. But I do think that currently that credit score is too high.
Okay.
And I would like to see the administration actually make some tweaks to that. I'm just one person, but
I'm
that's
amenable
where I
to
stand
that
with
discussion. We got feedback, and I'm amenable to having that conversation.
And also, I just want to say something about when we have these community meetings and we have these sessions. And some people are not going to like what I'm going to say right now, but I definitely heard the whole meeting last night. I was actually on the other side of that door listening to it. I saw a lot of misinformation, confusion. I seen members of the community that don't even have a business. I still understand why they was there. But the thing is that they confused the meeting and was very interruptive to allowing residents to get the information they needed last night. That is not fair for all those that came out to get the information. When a community member hijacks a meeting with disrespect, it's wrong.
Understood.
It's wrong. And especially when it's from ex-politicians. That's even make it more wrong because they understand exactly how tough it is to implement programs. This city hasn't done anything like this in 15 years. I've been here. 15 years.
That's what happened.
And again, I'm going to say this because it's kind of frustrating for a councilwoman to have to intervene in a community meeting that's here for the residents. And the president pro tem have to come out and also intervene. That is not why we're here. We're here to get things to the community. So if you're a part of it, if you want to help us do that, help us do that. But stop being in the way. That's ignorance in the first degree, and I'm sorry. That's ignorance in the first degree. And it gets frustrating because I've been to several meetings. I haven't said much. I just listen, right? And also, staff have to get better at bringing things back to what you're here for. It was hard for me to listen to that meeting last night, right? And I did. I was one person that called Mike and said, we got issues, we need to can this. But when I left, community members that have businesses said, we don't want you to can this. We're ready to go with this. So I understand both sides of it. And I'm glad you told me that technical assistance is not technically related to filling out the application, because if they haven't received technical assistance and they need help to fill out that application for the grant, that's imperative that we get them that technical assistance. So to assist them in filling out their grant.
And we've talked in that workshop, we're going to make, we have QT Solutions has been doing pro bono work for us, and they've agreed to assist further with pro bono. So if it becomes evident that there's some people who have not received the technical assistance and they need that to fill out the application, we're going to find a way to get them that.
This is final. Concerning residency, because I think that's a very key. Because you had people in that ordinance last night that wasn't resident of the city that thought they was able to get a grant. I'm just going to tell you that. Okay. And me and Councilwoman actually met with a few. They was very negative about the process, but we said, well, where you live at? First thing we say, we asked that question. So people are still confused about the process of what it takes to get these grants. So please continue to educate first.
Okay.
You know, sort of say people's frustrated, you know, right. People are a little frustrated because they definitely didn't probably read it correctly. But so we got to do better about making sure that we get out what the requirements are to be a part of this. Thank you.
Councilman James.
Yeah, I just want to say I wasn't at the meeting last night, but I have heard feedback from it. But first of all, I really thought that the technical assistance was being done. This is, you know, I'm really concerned in hearing tonight that we have not rolled out technical assistance. And so I guess my comment to you as well as to administration is that it's unacceptable on every level, you know, because from when we first said we were going to roll this program out, this should be well underway. And to hear now that no one has received technical assistance and that we're just now beginning to roll out technical assistance right alongside the actual grants. The thinking was that you would do that first, and then you would, you know, so that the business people would have had the benefit now of this extra learning and this technical assistance to even more support what they want to be able to do. And so it's really unacceptable that we haven't done this. Why we haven't done it, whatever reasons and excuses we have, I'm sure we have them, but let me tell you, it's wrong. It's not, you know, we should have addressed it. We should have addressed it as a priority, as an issue, and apparently we didn't. So it's unacceptable that we are rolling out technical assistance right along with grants. Then secondly, I would agree with Councilman
Carrington that we definitely need to look at the criteria. I haven't seen the presentation, but my concern is to have those kinds of very specific requirements, and there was no prior notification. You know, people generally know what requirements are. But for this, you know, people were told, okay, these loans are available, and you've had people waiting for a year and a half for the potential of being able to make these loans, and then we come out with requirements that people don't qualify for. So, I mean, you know, in both areas, with technical assistance and the loan, I have to say I'm extremely disappointed in the program, extremely. And I really think that, you know, I don't blame you, but I think it's an administration concern, because what you said you were going to do and the process that you were going to roll it out is not happening the way that you've said it would. You said that the technical assistance would go first. That has not happened. Now we're trying to implement the grant itself, and we're rolling out things that no one expected. So I'm really concerned about it. I just want to express that. And I don't really even need to hear the explanation and the excuse. But I just want you to know that I'm very concerned about it, and I think it's really out of place.
Councilwoman.
So there is a saying: if it walk like a duck, if it quack like if talk like a duck, it's a duck. I'm not concerned with what your level of potential is. I know what's in you and what you're trying to do. I'm concerned that you don't have the support you need, and you haven't had the support you need, and you've been the gold star of this program, and now I don't want it to become a point that people are attacking you, but I'm very frustrated with how you have not, the lack of support that you've had, the limited amount of support that you had. And so I guess to the administration, we did all these raises. I go back to it every time something like this happens. Some people are getting paid a high 130, 135. What is 126, 124? What are we going to do to save this program? Because we're paying people to help her be successful. She isn't getting this. She's not getting the support she needs. We have roles that are not filled. What is your direct plan within the next 30 days to make us believe this program is salvageable? Because if we were doing a vote today, and it's not an attack against you, it's just factual. If we were doing a vote today, whether to save this program or to cut it, unfortunately, as much as I want everybody to get money, I would have to say it's got to be cut. So what is your direct plan of action in the next 30? I don't want to hear the next 6 months. I want to hear the next 30 days, because I do believe we got to have all this money allocated, if I'm not mistaken, by the what?
Our understanding is that this would be obligated ARPA funds, so it needs to be obligated by December 31st, and I don't have a clear understanding of what action will satisfy the obligation.
And I want to give y'all, some hope, but can someone tell me the truth? Don't give me don't give me a politically correct answer. I like facts.
She didn't say the S word. She was about to say sugar coating.
Sugar
and she stopped with please don't play with these people, because
you know who they're going to attack when this don't go right? Us. And I'm going to be the loudest person saying, So what is the plan? I want a real plan from the administration, please. Somebody give me something. I yield to the administration. I want a real 30 days, please.
Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, so I think Manager Younger has outlined some elements of this. Again, I don't want to speak for her, but what she has said is she anticipates that the technical assistance agreements will be in place either this week or next. Is that accurate in a way that we can take
That's
to the
my
bank?
understanding, correct.
And then the applications are due for the small business grants by August 31st. They will be reviewed in September, and when will they be awarded?
We would review an award in September is the plan.
Okay. And then how close are we to having an actual agreement with a credit union to bring before City Council?
We are negotiating fees. And we've agreed on process and procedures. The question is, they have not given me the ultimate amount of money that they want to charge to do this. So that's where we're at. We've agreed on policy and procedures, but I'm waiting on them to give me how much they want to do this.
What I'm referring to is her having physical people with her to help her get support, not what you wrote out. So I'll ask the question again. What is it?
What's the plan?
What is the plan for capacity? What is the plan? Because what I'm hearing is jargon, and you're not going to y'all are going to throw it on us, because that's what's going to happen. Oh, it's the council fault. I will not be the fall guy for this. That's what only reason, and I agree not to say nothing, but this is why I'm asking this. Somebody has to ask the bare brass tax, what's the capacity? That's all I want to know. Is I know what you're going to do. I'm talking about who's going to help you. Because you need help. Sorry, not sorry. So I yield to maybe confining because you over HR. Well, no, you're not, but you help with HR. Can you give me a real answer?
So the answer to that is just recently we have expanded so tonight you actually allowed us to bring on another recruiting firm. But additionally, we just recently expanded our in-house methods for search by posting the open positions on a few websites outside of the city's website and our regular search places, basically going where the candidates are. But between that update that we made internally and the ability that you've given us with this additional firm tonight, we hope that we will be able to bring in the candidates that Ms. Younger needs.
Any final discussion? Mayor Grimel, I saw based on the Facebook post that you were at the meeting. Did you run the town hall meeting last night?
I kicked off the meeting, but I had another obligation at Welcome Missionary Baptist Church, so I kicked off the meeting and stuck around as long as I could before I had to leave for that obligation. I did emphasize at the beginning of the meeting that the grants are only for businesses owned by Pontiac residents. I said that 2 or 3 times at least, so there shouldn't have been any confusion about that.
Any final discussion? I just want to clarify, there should be no one charging to assist someone filling out this application, correct? If someone is saying, I'll help you fill it out, give me X dollars, you are being hustled. Correct. And if you need any clarification or help to fill out this application, to whom should they reach out, Manager Younger?
Myself or Candace Benford.
So the Economic Development Division of Community Development is who they should contact.
Correct.
For any shepherding them through the application.
Correct.
Clarification, yes.
To the mayor, and I'm glad you brought it up, and this is because I know you are about making sure nobody gets hustled. What can we do if we have individuals that are trying to hustle our constituents, seniors especially? Because we have people that's having meetings again, charging $100 to $300 for this, to fill out the application. What can we do? What can we do as a city to make sure this doesn't happen? Do you want me to tell you what I'm referring to?
Sure, because I don't know the context.
So the context of it is there are individuals who are posting on social media outlets that they can fill out the applications for them for a fee. What can we do to make sure that our residents know that this is not, we're not, like how you did before when you sent out the email? Can you guys do that again?
Yes.
Yes, and we can certainly let people know, and council members should feel free to let people know that if they need assistance filling out the form, we can provide that assistance without charging them.
Thank you.
Any final discussion on this topic? Hearing none, we're at the final discussion item. Demolition of the former McCarroll School at 91 Glenwood starts tomorrow. There is a press conference, if you will. Mayor, any updates on the timeline that you or your team would like to give on that demolition beginning?
Yeah, the first phase is the remediation of hazardous materials. And in fact, that's already started in terms of asbestos abatement. And then that will continue. And so the actual structure won't be demolished probably for another couple months, because there's a lot of that work that has to occur first in terms of removing of hazardous material and other abatement. But tomorrow is sort of a formal announcement of it, even though it started a little early, which is a good thing, about a week or two ago. But I do just want to level set expectations that you won't actually see that building gone for another couple months.
What time is the press conference tomorrow?
I believe it's at 3 o'clock, and it's at the McCarroll School site, obviously.
Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford.
When you do the dynamite, do I get to push the button for the dynamite? I just feel like
Since it's District 6.
No, you don't.
I'm asking him. I can ask. Can I please push the button for the dynamite?
That may be a rhetorical question, but to answer the question, it won't be a literal implosion with an explosion.
The same as Silverdome?
Yeah, well, it won't be that kind of dynamic, but if it would make you feel satisfied to push down a false Wile E. Coyote dynamite-like device,
yes,
we can arrange for that.
Thank you for catering to the little kid in me. Thank you.
Are there any other discussion on the McCarroll School demolition? Want to make sure the community knows that that's on the horizon, underway. Communications, clerk's office, do you want to amplify anything that's already written on the agenda?
Yes, I do, Mr. President. Thank you. In particular, since Election Day is next week, Tuesday, August the 6th is primary election day. The polls will be open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. You still can vote by absentee ballot now, up until August the 5th. You can get a ballot all the way up until 4 p.m. on August the 5th. If you have your absentee ballot already, you can turn your absentee ballot in on August 6th at 8 p.m. and your vote will count. You can return your ballot to the city clerk's office or to one of our 4 drive-up official ballot drop boxes. There's one at the Bowen Center that's located at 52 Bagley, the Ruth Peterson Center, 990 Joslin, City Hall, right outside of City Hall, and the fire station on Huron, 787 West Huron. The drop boxes are open 24 hours. In addition, you can also early vote. So you have 3 different options for voting. You can vote by absentee, you can vote early, or you can vote on Election Day. Early voting began this past Saturday, July 27th, and runs through this upcoming Sunday, August the 4th. Tomorrow, early voting hours, Wednesday is tomorrow. So every day, early voting is from 8:30 to 4:30, except for Thursday. So on Thursday, August the 1st, the early voting site will be open from 12 p.m. until 8 p.m. That's the late day. But other than that, it's 8:30 a.m. until 4:30 p.m., and you can early vote at the Pontiac Public Library. And then just to reiterate, there will not be a city council meeting next week, Tuesday. It would actually be on next week, Thursday, due to the election at 6 p.m. So the next meeting will be August the 8th. Thank you.
To emphasize that, don't come here next Tuesday at 6 p.m. unless you're trying to deal with the clerk's office with an election issue. There is no council meeting, so that way that the clerk's office can handle their election responsibilities. The next city council meeting is next Thursday at 6 p.m. All right. The council communications are spelled out on the agenda. Closing comments, Mayor Greimel.
Well, just quickly, I do want to address misinformation. I know we've talked a little bit about that in the context of the small business program, and I want to make sure that I'm addressing it in other contexts as well. We had a member of the public say that since Cypria sent their revisions to, and that's the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association, sent their revisions to the agreement that we've done nothing. And that's just simply not true. We sent, our attorney sent that back to Cypria's attorney in June. And we only got feedback from Cypria's attorney yesterday. So now that we've gotten that feedback, we are hoping to tie this up this week. But we've been waiting for a month for Cypria's feedback. I just want to be really, really clear about that. There was also a question about the reestablished General Employment Retirement System fund or legal entity, or REGERS as it's been called. That is not new. That was established pursuant to the settlement agreement that went back to 2017. So when a member of the public asked about what is REGERS, this should not be new to that member of the public who was on city council when REGERS was established or directed to be established. We also had a member of the public who was rightly critical of priority, as we all have been critical of priority, but that member of the public said that Pontiac has to put up with this and other communities don't. I do just want to be clear that every community that had used GFL and is now using priority has had major problems. In fact, most other communities have had bigger problems than we have because we've had problems with yard waste and bulk pickup items. Most of the other communities have had problems with just getting their basic garbage can picked up. In fact, I just saw a news article that said Lake Angeles, by some measures, the wealthiest city in the state of Michigan, hadn't had their regular garbage cans picked up in 2 weeks by priority. So I do just want to be very clear that this is not a Pontiac-specific problem. And then lastly, that same member of the public was critical, understandably, of the conditions at the Concourse liquor store, at the existing liquor store at the corner of Franklin and South Boulevard. And I want to be clear that we have cited them, our code enforcement officers have cited them in the past for garbage on their property and for not properly maintaining their property.
Deputy Mayor, Clerk Doyle, Councilman Parker, closing comments.
Because of the hour, I'll just say good afternoon, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
Just one announcement. Bishop Lee and the New Birth International Church will be having their church in the park this coming, I believe it's Friday on August the 2nd from 12 to 4. They are located in District 4, 124 West Columbia. So if your kids don't have anything to do on Friday, please have them attend church in the park. Going to be a lot of fun things going on. Just as a final comment, disappointed with a lot that was said tonight about the small business. And I really feel that our sense of urgency needs a major upgrade in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Ooh, I've been waiting all week to read this quote. I know thy works, behold. I've set before thee a door that no man can shut. For thou hast little strength and hast kept their promise. That's Revelations 3-8. We are in a season where people want us to be divided, but God has the final say. And he's going to open up doors that no man can shut. And you're like, why am I saying this? On Saturday, I had my District 1 meeting, and there are people who have, for the last 2 months, tried to dismantle this meeting, tried to destroy this meeting, tried to dismantle this council. And my district showed up and showed out. They showed up and showed out because they care about us pushing forward beyond our disagreements, beyond our misunderstandings, and doing what is best for the district. Not as what's best for Melanie Rutherford, but what's best on the district. I use that example because earlier tonight, 3 years ago, I never thought Marcus Bowman would ever acknowledge anything I've ever done. We were fierce competitors, and we got on each other's nerves. We almost fought twice. I'm going to tell you why. Almost, okay. Twice.
Important word.
Yeah. But here's what I want to say, and I can say this openly. I have watched him turn a page because he truly got the message that we talked about, which is it's not about me and it's not about you. It's about the future of Pontiac. And even though people right now are going to be mad that I'm going to say this, I'm going to thank you for trying. I'm going to thank you for truly trying. No matter what people try to mislabel you, there is a season where all of your work that is being done privately will be known publicly. I want to thank Mayor Grimal for coming to my meeting and having to listen to people complain, but he still was there because he understands his agenda. I want to thank the Charter Commission because there are so many people who don't understand the charter. want to give out misinformation, and they were given the opportunity and the platform to discuss the pros and the cons. And lastly, I want to say to District 1, I am very proud of what you guys did today. And I'm proud that before I was a little discouraged because people was trying to make it about the individual instead of about the issue. And y'all have shown me that we can disagree without being always disagreeable. It's a season where people are going to have to put up or shut up. It's a season where people are going to say, well, I can do better than this, and I can do better than this council, and I can do better than this mayor. And I'm going to ask you one question when they say this to you. What and where have they been for the last 3 years? What and where have they been? Because I ain't seen them. And so I'm saying it because some folks are not as outspoken as me, and they'll let stuff slide.
You're outspoken?
Yes. Whoa. I'm outspoken because I'm not allowing anyone to tear this city apart because I watched them do it 30 plus years of my life. I don't care if Tim throw his shoe at me. I'm not going to disrespect him publicly.
That would be ruled out of order.
I'm just saying. But I might do it privately. I don't care if Rachel I get on my nerves every week. I'm not going to dismantle her publicly. Because guess what? That's what they want. And if we get tired, we cannot say we want Pontiac to change when we are the authors of the confusion. And God said you should not be the author of the confusion. So I say God bless you and God keep you. And yes, I'm preaching because I used to be a preacher's kid. And I ask that God put his hands upon you and give you peace. And guess what? You don't even have to like me. You don't have to love me. But the word says you will respect God. And I respect God too much to let you make me disrespect myself. God bless you and God keep you, and good night.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington.
Well, thank you, President McGinnis. This will be pretty. Is okay, everything okay? Okay. So I'm definitely not a pastor, so it's going to be very brief. The District 6 August meeting has been changed from August the 22nd to August the 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Ruth Peterson. It's being moved because I have a work commitment for Wayne State University, so I needed to move that date. So again, please come out August 29th, 6 to 8 p.m. at Ruth Peterson Center. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. I was going to go through a whole laundry list of things that we need answers for from the administration, but you were so positive and diplomatic that I'll save that for the administration leadership call. Thank you all for investing so many hours of your night to move Pontiac forward. It does not go unnoticed. I really want to acknowledge and celebrate all the residents who came out tonight to make sure that their neighborhood, their vision for their neighborhood was heard. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker to adjourn. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman. James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
No.
Right, because you want to acknowledge that the clerk.
I need to acknowledge the clerk's office was also at my meeting, so now I say yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right.
5 yeas.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:26 p.m.